And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Welcome to the TRACKILICIOUS Sim Racing and 949 partnered Thunder Down Under with the 4 hours at Mount Panorama Bathurst. This is Eric Lukasian, joined by the legend himself, Lupcakes, aka Philip Milby. Hi, Philip.
Hey Eric, how you doing? Man, this is going to be a great one, isn't it?
I am ecstatic, excited, elated. Lots of more words that I could say about this amazing grid we have here.
I know, man. We have a really stacked grid for this, and I'm looking forward to it. We've got I feel like a good healthy mix of GT3, GT4 for around here. And I feel like Mount Panorama is just one of those circuits that delivers some really awesome multi-class racing. Whenever you get an opportunity to do it, you've got to do it.
Absolutely. Um, and looks like Doc's on the line here. Uh, just let us know if the audio levels are a little off, and we'll be happy to fix that. But I think everything should be fine. Yeah,
Oh,
very excited. Mount Panorama is one of those places, just like the Nürburgring, I'd say that any corner could throw you into a little bit of a funny situation. You really do have to have concentration 100% of the time.
oh yeah, it is the mountain section. If you falter in any capacity with your focus, it is wait. The walls are waiting. Mountain is waiting to take you. So uh, it's going to be all about maintaining focus, maintaining kind of like a conservative approach when you go inside the mountain. It's not one of those areas where there's a lot of opportunities to pass. So I'm interested to see if any of the drivers are going to get brave and also get bit by the mountain. But we'll have to wait and see.
It's almost inevitable.
Yeah.
Um, it's just the margins of error, allowed margins of error, are so minute. And with as competitive a grid as we have here today, people are going to need to take a bit of chance at the right times to get ahead of the competition.
Yeah, we have got a wonderful grid, man. That shot looking down the pit lane, man, that was just wonderful, man. I love it. So many cars, GT3, GT4. Look at the Camaro right here. We've got the Zamfir Radu and the QV Motorsports Camaro. That's a pretty purple. I love the glossy purple livery on that car. Heading up right now into the cutting. I just love seeing the tracks drive around here. And ACC does such a great job with the camera angles, really highlighting the good close racing action you get on the mountain.
Absolutely. And just had a new follower, tiered 15. Thanks for the follow. And hello to SWWR Gaming. Hope
That is Mr. Shane Rees, who's in the 948 Porsche, currently in the pits. He races with 949 Sim Racing, and I'm glad he's feeling better. He recovered from pneumonia. Like, that's rough.
Yikes.
But I'm glad that he's feeling better enough to come racing with us. And please, Shane, do not push yourself too hard. We like having you around.
Health first, racing second.
All right. So, Eric, what are you looking forward to? This is our second time getting to do this. Laguna was wild, even with like I believe we had like 15 cars for that, and it still was like super close racing. Mount Panorama, way bigger circuit, but we've got more cars and more multi-class action to boot. What are you looking forward to in this race today?
So there's a couple of things that are exciting me right now. The first is to see how the TRACKILICIOUS sim racing drivers fare up against the 949 drivers. I think
Mm-hmm.
we have a pretty competitive set of guys and
Yeah.
gals in either Discord channel, but
Mm-hmm.
also we have a few people that have joined from outside. I'm really eager to see if there's anyone that could just come in here and take command of the race. I don't know if there's going to be an outright leader, but that's what I'm interested to see. And the second thing that really does excite me is that I don't know if there is going to be an outright leader of this race, because I think that any point in time, as we said, because the margins of error are so small, that something could happen to the leader. Like we saw in the last race, we had Valdez and Co. leading the race and had an error in the pit stop and lose the lead and lost the lead for the remainder of the race. So just looking to see what wrenches could be thrown into the operation to change things around in what would typically be an expected grid.
Indeed, I think to your point about the Trackalicious Sim Racing 949 boys going at it in this race, I'm looking forward to that as well. I felt like you guys definitely came out and made a statement early on, and I think that the Lexus kind of caught Coasty and Mike's pace out a little bit. I feel like around a track like Mount Panorama, the Lexus is probably going to be a little bit stronger. It's an Intercontinental GT circuit, and ACC, those tend to fare really well for cars like the Lexus and the Porsche. So I'm interested to see how the 949 boys get on around here. But this circuit, like you were saying before, the margins, they couldn't be tighter in the mountain, and like I said, man, those walls, as Jeremy Engelman getting sideways in the dipper right there before hitting the S's, make a miscalculation, and you got nothing but punishment waiting for you at the wall.
Right, and it's important to note, just for people who are joining us today that aren't a part of the race, we're actually in the GT4 qualifying right now. So the first half hour of qualifying will be with the GT4s, and the second half hour with the GT3s.
And I love that split qualifying too. And having the hour-long qualifying, for me, I just love it because I can't like get enough of doing this kind of like racing. So the fact that you guys running the hour quali before a 4-hour race, I'm like, that's fantastic. Let's make it bigger. In fact, I'm really looking forward to that 1 hour of quali before an 8-hour race at Silverstone. That's gonna be a lot of fun. So I'm
Ah,
looking forward to that as well.
I'm so excited about that one.
Yeah.
Another note about what we have set up for the race today. Sunshine is not a guarantee.
Hmm.
We actually looked up the weather at Mount Panorama, and it is raining out there. Um, so at Trackalicious, I'm not sure how you guys run it at 949, but we do our best to emulate the weather condition of the tracks, for the most part, at the time that we race them.
Hmm.
So there may be some cloud coverage, there may be some rain, because as if Mount Panorama was not daunting enough, we'll add a little bit of spice with some wetness into it.
And that's gonna be it's gonna be a real tricky endeavor, but I'm looking forward to seeing how these guys change with the mixed conditions. I mean, it is 32 degrees on track right now, so the track is definitely warm. I wouldn't say the tires are going to be too overly hot, especially these GT4 cars. I feel like are going to be a little bit slower than the GT3s, a little bit more grippy. They don't have the aerodynamic downforce, but they do have a pretty good amount of mechanical grip to them. Looking at the timesheets right now, Jason Provolone on top of the time charts with a 15.747, with a little more than a tenth on Robert Lewis in the 950.
I think these two guys are going to be quite competitive. I believe that they were competing at the start of the Laguna Seca race, and I think Provolone dropped backwards for some reason. But Jason is quite the competitive driver in our league. Pretty good in the GT4 cars as well. So I'm interested to see what happens between Robert and Jason, as Snyder pips the pole position, but Jason's coming in with a pretty hot lap here.
Yeah, Jason's real quick. I love watching Jason race in the Thursday GT4 series, and for the folks that are tuning in on a weekend to Trackalicious Sim Racing that don't know, first of all, find a different rock to get out from under. But on Thursdays we've got the Trackalicious Sim Racing. You guys are doing the GT4 series, the double header races, and those things are just banging to watch. So if you don't already watch it, if you don't already follow Trackalicious Sim Racing, definitely smash the follow button and tune in on Thursdays at 9 Eastern. It's some great racing.
I appreciate that. And it looks like we got a host here by Colehawks. Thanks, Colehawks. Appreciate you guys joining us.
Man, he just reminded me, man, I'm going to switch over real quick and make sure that the 949 channel is hosting over here as well, because that needs to be happening. If that is not the case,
Appreciate that.
Cohawk's always got my back.
And to follow up with your comments, we're really excited about how these 2 seasons for GT3 and GT4 are gonna turn out. But also, you guys are just on the verge of starting your season, if I'm not mistaken. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
I will do that, but right now I'm getting a little bit of some weirdness from Jason's stuff. I don't know if we're running into some server issues, but somebody just went off into the sun, like he must go as people needs him, like kind of thing. But anyway, for the folks that don't know, we are getting ready for Series 7 of the 949 GT Sprint Series on Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Twitch. I'm really looking forward to that. We've got 2 splits that we're going to be running at the same time. My co-caster's in chat right now, Mr. Shy Guy 98. He's going to be casting on the Sister 949 channel at the same time. We kind of gotten used to doing that, and it's starting. We're starting to kind of evolve that setup, and we're really excited for the season. We got some really quick boys. GT3 racing, I love it. It's going to be great.
So I am actually having trouble with my ACC. So I've put your screen on main.
Oh, okay. Well, I will. If
Here.
that is the case, I'll make sure that my audio levels are up for everyone. And we're going to, hopefully everybody can hear that okay.
While we try our darndest to get everything set up to not have these funny situations. But you just can never fully control life,
It
can you?
happens. It happens.
But yeah.
Now, that said, if somebody in chat wants to just give us a thumbs up, make sure you can hear game sound. That'd be great. And I'm going to use my keyboard controls right now, and let's go poke around and see if we can find a GT4 guy out on track doing some things. There's Beltan in the 949 Sim Racing Solo. If he ends up soloing Silverstone, like, man, I'm going to need to get a new best friend because I'm afraid he's going to die.
If he solos Silverstone, I want to say that if I could find someone to replace me as a driver, as a commentator, I might co-solo with him. Just as a camaraderie of torture.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I've seen Beltan pull stuff like that out before. That's right, Cole Hawks, bangers for Beltan. That's right. That's the 949. That's the 949 mantra when we do races with Beltan. But yeah, he's in the 950 Aston Martin now. Currently 1.9 off the pace of I believe that is that, am I saying his name right? Is Jarek Snyder?
Yep, that's right.
In the 789 AMG GT4 is a very underrated beast, in my opinion. If anyone in chat wants to disagree with me, that's fine. There are wrong people all over the world. You can join them. But in my opinion, the AMG GT4, seriously underestimated GT4 car, and Jarek is proving me right. Just keep doing what you're doing, Jarek. You're great.
It is particularly strong in the mountain, or I should say at Mount Panorama as a whole. That straight line speed it has is quite dominant in the GT4 class.
Jason Provolone right now, currently 2.1 off the pace. So it looks like Beltan and Engelman have both eked out just a little bit more pace on Provolone in the 82. Radu in the Camaro, Detroit Steel, as Cole Hawks affectionately refers it to, currently a little bit off the pace. Looks like they did a driver swap and I believe that's for Costa, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, in the 63.
I don't know who that is.
Let's cruise around a little bit more and see. Let's check in with Mr. Engelman. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna switch over, turn off autopilot on the broadcast app, and just use my keyboard and mouse like a functioning, like brain holding mammal. Justin Beachley in the car right now. Flying Lizard Endurance, which is one of those pretty TSR liveries for the folks at home that don't follow the series. Get a load of this whip.
I have to say that's another Engelman special.
Yep.
Jeremy's just next level when it comes to liveries. The guy is our livery legend, our living livery
Mm,
legend.
yeah,
And he whips these things out like nobody's business. He has unreal liveries in both GT3 and GT4 classes, so really
I am
cool to see.
broadcaster cursing the crap out of Beachley right now. Like as soon as I put it on the livery, he's like sliding around like he's on butter. But again, that is a very pretty car. Looks like he's already got a little bit of front splitter damage on the Aston, but that's still an amazing looking livery. Let's switch over to the TV cam as we watch him come down Conrad Straight, fastest part of the track. Going to be interesting watching to see if anybody's brave enough, Eric, to throw this thing up the inside through the kink section right before they hit the chase.
Yeah, a bit of fat fingering from me there, folks. Sorry, put on the Discord instead of your stream there. But we're back up, and my AC's running again. So we're looking at both Engelmann and Chronotis going down the straight in that AMG.
Chronotis 213.275. So Beltan's getting a little bit closer. It's currently 1.8 off. All right, looking at chat. Colhawks is on his 5th cup of coffee, and he's ready to fight an army. Well, I mean, I've got my cup of coffee here. I have not had as much coffee as you. And I'm gonna try not to drink as much as I did for the Thursday night race, because by the end, and I did the race interviews for the first time. TRACKILICIOUS, you guys do really good with the race interviews, by the way. I just want to compliment you guys on that. Meanwhile, we tried out the race interviews on Thursday. Shy Guy's brilliant. Shy Guy's just got that down. Me, I sounded like I was on speed. Like I was talking. I was already talking faster than I normally talk, and I think I talk pretty fast.
Well, to your defense, you have a wealth of information, and if you don't speak fast, then I don't think you can get it all out in time. So I think that there's some justification there.
You know what? I'm going to hold on to that. Next time the guys are like, Philip, you talk too fast, slow down. I'll be like, guys, I'm in a hurry. I've got a lot to say. I'm running out of time. You know, you only live once. I want to say it all.
But to your comment earlier, definitely credit to all of the commentators here at TRACKILICIOUS and to yourself and your crew over at 949. I think they all do an excellent job. You know, they dedicate their time and energy into making something really cool, really awesome. A lot of effort that goes into it, and continual appreciation. I don't think it gets said enough. So thank you to all of our commentators in both TRACKILICIOUS and 949 to make the show as exciting as it is.
Yeah, and this is a show indeed. We've got 43 minutes 50 seconds left in qualifying. It's noontime in game. I want to do a quick temperature check. Let me look at that real quick. 33°C, so it's starting to warm up a little bit. There are clouds in the air. That's kind of probably keeping it from getting baking.
Ooh,
But
and we see. Sorry for the interruption. Chrono going to the wall there at Forest Elbow. A little bit of tap right before the straight. That's not going to be good for his lap there.
And that's the thing that's going to be so tricky around here too. You go sideways into one of these walls, and it's almost guaranteed you're probably going to get some level of suspension damage. Hit that wall too many times, like a couple of really naive taps of the wall, you're going to get away with it. Hit that wall too many times, even softly, and you get enough suspension damage, they'll throw you in the pits with a meatball flag. So it's going to be critical to not to. I think conservative racing on the mountain is going to be. That's my hot take for the day. Conservative racing on the mountain is going to be the thing that wins the day. We'll see if I'm proven wrong at the end of this. I'm often wrong.
It's easier said than done, though, right? I mean, we can often let our egos get in the way of the bigger picture.
For racing drivers, no, you're kidding, right? I think, yeah, ego can definitely get in the way here, but I feel like if there's any crew that we can see around Mount Panorama for 4 hours, figure out how to conservatively make a statement in the mountain section, I feel like we've got the right mix of drivers on track right now. Verkosa heading down Conrad right now on the approach to the chase in that beautiful Camaro, and we've got what, Eric, a little less than 12 minutes before GT3s are going to take the track.
Yep, that's right. And Just a quick read off of what the standings are right now. So we got Chronotis in the lead with a 213.2. Beltan with a 215.1. Beachley 215.3. Tanner Masters 215.39. And Verkosa 216.8. So that's going to be quite the tight midfield looking at the numbers here. But definitely the Beef Stewards, as they're so lovingly called, are have quite the big margin in first place there.
Yeah, that's going to be tricky to overcome. Now that said, again, what we've been talking about with the punishing circumstances of the mountain sometimes, the stakes are going to be very what's the term I'm looking for? Powerful teacher. So we're going to see how that works out because raw pace is one thing, but being able to survive the mountain, completely different battle entirely. So here with we got a majority of the GT4 field in the pits right now. Maybe getting setups nailed down for maybe taking another whack at it right before the GT3s come out. Beltan's heading up the mountain right now into into the cutting.
And Chronotis is
Actually,
on his
I'm not
outlet.
sure if I can post links in chat, but for the folks at home that are interested, I could post a link to the Cardo Racing School track guide for Bathurst. Let me see if I can give that a shot real quick. Because that's what I'm going to be using kind of along with the wonderful notes that we got from Mr. Willis.
Yep.
Does our livery show up? Well, let me take a look. I will give it a look-see real quick and let's see.
So we
Mr.
see
Luke.
a bit of in-game chat here. Engelman saying that Snyder's taken his Wheaties this morning. I think with the lap time that he's put down, he's on the cover of the Wheaties box today.
Cover of the Wheaties box. Well, I mean, I would love to see that. Like mock Wheaties boxes is like a winner's circles trophy for like the TSR 949 Endurance League. That could be a fun little addition.
You know what? That's that's quite the idea.
Yeah,
I'm sure we could get someone to figure
I'm,
that
I,
one
I
out.
mean, just don't post it maybe on social media and stuff like that, so you don't get like IP bombed by like who even owns that? Is that like General Mills or something?
I don't know, probably.
Yes, Altruit, livery was looking good. That track guide though, let me get that track guide loaded up though in chat for the folks that might be interested.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to switch over to the main stream cam to get a little bit better quality stream here. So if you want to mute your in-game there.
Yep, let me do that real quick. Should be muted and links posted. Fantastic. I can post links and not get banned. Yes.
Perfect.
All right, so let's take a look. I want to focus on who else do we got out on track right now? Oh, Chronodis in the T-Swizz Enduro.
Yeah, it's
Sporting Swift Army.
yeah, you know, when he came up with that livery, I was his teammate, so I had to go around an entire season in that livery. Now, kudos to creativity. Let's put it that
Yep.
way.
It's good stuff. But looks like 7 minutes 43 seconds before the GT3s come out on track, and you know I'm looking forward to seeing what the GT3s do because we've already gotten at least a little bit of temperature increase from when quali first started, so it's going to warm up just a hair for them. And I can't remember. I think you guys are running unlimited sets for the Enduro, right? On tire sets?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay. So at least for the folks at home, they're going to get to see these guys get to really punish these tires to set a good quality qualification lap. So I'm looking forward to seeing that.
So we made a comment earlier about consistency and calmness over ego. Who in the 949 series has exemplified that type of driving behavior?
Oh, the consistency or the ego?
Well, I don't want to throw anyone under the
Both.
bus, so let's go with the consistency portion.
Well, no. I think everybody in 949 are a bunch of really good dudes, and I feel like saying this kind of thing is not going to ruffle any feathers. I feel like consistency. He doesn't race with us in 949 anymore, mainly because of his work schedule, but he does race for the 949 sim racing team, and when I think of consistency, I think of nobody else but Mike Jackson, who's co-piloting the 949 Lexus with Joseph Kostovich. I feel like he's like the picture of consistency when it comes to racing. And when it comes to ego, he doesn't race with us in 949. He races with you guys now, but that's Mr. Carbon in chat. I'm joking, Carbon. You don't have an ego. He's a kind soul. For ego, I feel like when we race in 949, the person that's kind of got the alpha personality is definitely Ryan McIntosh, currently racing with Volante Racing in ACC. But a good dude, goes out to win, doesn't mess around, but definitely a good dude.
So over at Trackalicious, we have a couple of guys that just seem to always somehow make it through the pack.
Mm-hmm.
One of those guys I would say is, as we lovingly call him, Constable Cody Wassam. Just
Nice.
he's just he takes patience and looks for opportunities over several laps if need be, and then takes the perfect. I mean, I've been subject to his lovely overtakes many a time, as his pace has always been better than mine. But he exemplifies that patience over ambition, which ends up being the right move and has gotten him on the podium several times. The other person that I'd say is pretty good at that is Eric Miller, which we can jump over to right now. Over in the AMG, Eric Miller in the safety car in the AMG safety car also always seems to be quite the good wheel-to-wheel driver. Shows patience on track and just has this philosophy of I'm gonna drive my drive, race my race, and let others make mistakes and let me through in that manner, and is often quite successful in doing that. Now, looking over to the flip side of the coin, we do have several eager overtakers.
Okay.
Um, I'd put myself in that category. Not to say
Okay.
that I'm one of the good guys, but
Mm-hmm.
have yet to learn that patient that patience. I'd say you have to learn that patience. So I'll put myself down on that one. Something I'm working on. We all can improve. Eric's bad at that, and has unfortunately, I don't mean to laugh, gotten into a couple incidents with the guys in an extreme apologetic manner. But we do have, who else would I say? Maybe one other person. I mean, you know what? Not to say that it's ego over anything, but our top guys, well, when it comes to like really aggressive, let's go get it, driving, competitiveness, Josh Willis, Riley Manier. I mean, in the GT4, Danny Basin's been super competitive along with Ellard Meza. These guys, I mean, they go at it, and not gonna say in an egotistical manner, but just this elbows out, let's go get it. We're all here to win the race in a non-apologetic manner, and it's awesome to see in both our GT3 and GT4 series.
I love watching elbows out racing, though. I mean, I love it when I see like a conservative driver really kind of fill kind of a dark horse role over the span of a race. Like we kind of saw that a little bit with what we thought, with what I say we. I used the royal we. Sorry about that. What I thought during the Laguna race was the big brain play from Belton when he had to basically handle his pit stops at Laguna. Turns out he just needed to take that extra stop at the end, and I was thinking that, oh, he's going to do that, and he's going to try and cover off this other guy, and it was just like he was just basically answering the mail on needing to do another pit stop. So again, folks, appreciate you guys tuning in to listen to us. Don't listen to me because I'm a smart guy. Just listen to me because maybe I sound funny on the internet. But having those conservative drivers that fill that kind of like dark horse storyline over the course of a race, I really like seeing that sort of thing unfold as well. And with a solid GT3 field here, I mean, we've got 14 GT3 cars, at least from what I'm seeing from the overlay right now. I feel like if you get a conservative racer, could make for an interesting storyline.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna see that. Like we mentioned earlier, it's this balance between competitiveness, and patience and strategy. And either one could win, to be honest. It's luck of the draw situations that could occur, especially with it being a multi-class race. You
Mm-hmm.
never know what's going to be ahead of you up the mountain. Someone could be at 90 degrees because it's raining or missed their braking point or accelerated a bit too early or just had that little tap of the wall that ended up making you spin, park 90 degrees to the track. And it's easy to miss sometimes if you don't catch the yellow flag. Could catch you off. So it's really going to be something that people are going to have to pay attention to as they go through the mountain section.
Indeed. Um, give that a shot. Oh, it actually let me post it. Yeah, I forgot. I can post links. I did put the Pitwall server link in chat in case anybody wants to go over there and take a look at it. So we have the GT3s are about to come out on track. So while they're getting ready to set up for their hot lap, Eric, what sort of things do the folks at home? What can they look forward to on the race calendar for Tracklicious Sim Racing?
We still have our GT4 and, well, GT4 Thursday night GT4s, Saturday night Porsche Cup, and Sunday night GT3, which is it was our main event, but the GT4 is kind of hit its stride as well.
It's popping.
Yeah, but both series are extremely competitive. The championships are both league championships are up in the air with Area 52 in the GT4 series with a bit of a lead, but the Naps team still fighting to
Mm-hmm.
to claw their way back into that lead position for the team. And in the GT3, I believe Riley Manier's Adidas Parlay might be in first, with my team with Josh Willis and Ed Kerstetter really fighting for that to take that lead from them. So both series quite heated from a championship points perspective. We do have, I believe, 4 races left to go, and if I didn't have my head on backwards, I would know where we're racing next. I could pull
I
that up.
agree. So I just wanted to say the comment that you had about like your GT3 series kind of being the kind of like your flagship, but now your GT4 kind of popping. We ran into that problem a couple seasons ago with the 949 Wednesday Thursday night leagues, where the GT4 just kind of just like took off. Um, but what's great is that you guys on the Thursday nights in that 9 o'clock hour, having that double header GT4 format. Um, that has just been some of the most exciting racing I've seen on Twitch this season in particular. And I'm glad to see that you guys have kind of like taken a huge chunk of that viewership for GT4 racing in that 9 o'clock hour. And also, I mean, I'm also kind of being a little bit selfish here because, I get to unwind after a Thursday night GT3 stream with watching a doubleheader GT4 race. And then we've also got the Area 52 boys over there racing, which I have a warm spot in my heart for. So it's been a lot of fun getting to watch that. And I'm glad that the GT4 stuff is starting to pick up for you guys. I hope the GT3 racing on Sundays starts to heat up too, because Carbon was just talking to Chad. He's doing that now. So I'm excited about that.
Yeah, Mr. Basin did decide to join our GT3 series, and
Mhm.
I mean, it's already heated as it is. We have quite a few people fighting for the lead in the races between Josh Willis, Ed Kerstetter, Riley Manier, um, Aaron Free. I mean, any of these guys at any point in time could win a race, and it's so competitive that it truly does come to a point where, we talk about some of the cars being OP'd in some of the tracks. I mean, that really comes into play given that these guys are driving the cars at their limit.
Indeed, I feel like GT4 racing in particular. I just posted it in chat. That's my hot take. You guys can fight me for it. GT4s and ACC is the closest racing in sim racing outside of maybe iRacing Global Mazdas. Like that is like the closest racing you can get in ACC, in my opinion. From a balance of performance perspective, the GT4 cars are way closer to one another than you can run into with some of the GT3 cars. Like Luke Whitehead right now, he's in the 217 for PPR in the Honda. That thing is a missile around here. And then you compare that against a car that is very strong with it on the mountain, like the Porsche. But then you hit mountain and Conrad straight, and the NSX is just time traveling. I just saw somebody getting sideways on the exit of Hell Corner.
Yep, that looks like it's we have the Bounty Bentley coming down the mountain with a couple of pinball maneuvers over there.
Indeed. So right now, Coasty on top with the 202.910. Quinn Smith for Madhouse Racing. I'd love to see it. Madhouse Racing in the TSR 949 driver swap. Race around Bathurst. I love it. Would love to see more of those guys over here.
Yeah, welcome. I'm not. I think I'm on the Madhouse Discord, but I'm not familiar with the guys over there. But very happy to have you guys on the in the race here today.
Absolutely, those guys over there are super awesome. Ryan Walker and Kyle Friesen, kind of like co-run that Canadian shop, and those guys they're pretty quick. Kyle Friesen is a master artist when it comes to liveries. They're a good group of guys right now. I'm watching Coasty right now as he's going through the end of the mountain section, just cutting through the S's right now. Not sure. Did you want to do like a track walk around? Is there anybody in particular you want to focus on for that?
Let's see. Why don't we do Coasty in the next go around? And I'm gonna make your screen go live because you have someone's livery and someone else doesn't.
Oh yeah. Coasty's really good at not putting his JSON and livery folder together correctly.
So you, sir, have been transitioned to the main screen, and I will.
All right.
Mute.
So we're gonna take
game.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna take a look at this beautiful livery that Eric doesn't have because Coasty doesn't know how to make a zip file. So anyway, let's get on board with Chi-Town's finest, Mr. Joseph Kostovich, in the 949 Sim Racing Lexus as he gets ready to approach Hell Corner. Turn 1, it's going to be a pretty spicy entry into Turn 1 for the GT3 cars. You tend to see some of the cars go 1 or like 2, 3 wide. Some people try to get really brave. Up mountain straight now, getting ready to enter probably the strongest passing opportunity, in my opinion, on this track. Going into Quarry Bend. Now he's going to use all the track over on the left to get set up for the most challenging sequence of corners on this track, the cutting. If it's going to go to pieces, it's going to go to pieces right here. Double left-hander, and he's going up the mountain right now, getting set up for the fast right-hander here at Reed Park. So through Griffin's Bend into Reed Park, now into Sullivan. He's going to drop down. You're going to see this little storm drain on the right. He's probably targeting that to set his turn-in point. And then he's on approach now to McPhillany Park. If anybody's watched the 12 Hours of Bathurst, you've probably seen a lot of cars end up in the kitty litter over on the right. Cresting the hill now for Skyline. This one right here is a very dangerous corner as well. On the brakes for the Dipper. Through the S has got a little bit of traffic in front of him, but I don't think it's affecting him with any kind of aero wash. Now on the brakes for Forest Elbow. Tight apex. Runs it out wide. Now he's through the gears. He's going to hammer all the way down the mountain now. Fastest part of the track. I don't know from a pace perspective where the Lexus is going to struggle in terms of pace. I think it's pretty quick in a straight line. It's definitely not the fastest car around here. But down Conrad Straight in particular, he could be dealing with pressure from the Honda, which Whitehead's on top with a 2-minute 1:47, which is crazy town. He's going to bust into the 59s. I'm calling it right now. Through the chase, and now he's got Murray's Corner, and that is a lap of New South Wales' finest road circuit, Mount Panorama.
And speaking of which, let's switch back over to Mr. Whitehead here. Turn my game back on here, and he is flying. It looks like he is up on his Delta.
Mm-hmm.
Just enough to get that 159, so he's about 2/10 up on his Delta here on Race App, going into the mountain, or just coming out of the mountain as he heads down the hill there. That's quite the popping livery. That's a pretty cool looking car there.
Yeah.
Bit of a tap. I wonder whether that got invalidated for him. I don't think so, but he did lose that 2/10 of gain that he had, so he's red on his deltas now. See, the slightest mistake and you just, it's tough.
It's punishing. It is punishing. You cannot make mistakes around here. You could be the fastest guy on track, but you smack the wall hard enough, and all of a sudden you're going to start bleeding pace because you lose any kind of like aero, or you have any kind of like suspension damage, and all of a sudden you start compromising your turn in and turn exit. It's very important here. Got to keep it smooth, got to keep it simple. And pit entry into Bathurst too. I'm interested to see how many people get nailed with a drive-through penalty or a stop-go 30 for track limits infraction. But yeah, it's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah,
to see how pits work out in this race.
And I do think, our guys, from what I've seen, and your guys as well, are experienced and skilled enough to know that that's something that you need to practice. Pits are somewhere where you can gain and lose so much time. So it's really important to focus on all aspects of the race, including the pit stops. And I know our guys practice pit stops, and I'm sure your guys do as well.
Indeed. I'm checking in on, well, Coasty's actually heading back out for another one. So I think Coasty is going to be qualifying the car. I don't know if Mike's going to get a shot in it or not. Papa Kame, Racer X on Twitch for anyone that wants to know. But Coasty currently just stuck right now, about 2 seconds off the pace from Whitehead. I just feel like Whitehead and Mr. Blaine Hall, Altrude on Twitch, they're just going to be really hard to keep a hold of in the Honda. It's just so fast around here.
Yeah, and what I understand, you can correct me because I might be wrong, but from the sounds of it, the Lexus, the Honda, and the Nissan are supposedly quite quick around the track here.
It's because of the, in my opinion, it's because of just the way the balance of performance is different between the Intercontinental GT tracks and the rest of the other circuits. For the folks that check like the ACC wiki information when you're like learning how to set up a server or you're trying to get some information, the tracks are updated, and there is no official 2020 version of any of the Intercontinental GT or any of the British Track Pack tracks. So when you race on Barcelona 2020 or Barcelona 2019, different behaviors of the cars, and we kind of see that here. And that's what I love about the Intercontinental tracks and the British GT tracks in particular, because it's just that mix-up where everybody kind of gets used to the majority of the tracks being on a certain bop. You bring it to an Intercontinental track like Bathurst or Kyalami, flips it on its head, all of a sudden you got cars that are very strong that aren't strong anywhere else, like the Honda.
Right. It's quite the a balance of performance variation between the newer and the older tracks.
Indeed, and see, we're getting kind of a double dose in the driver swap series, because you're getting a 2019 Intercontinental track from Laguna, a 2019 Intercontinental track from Bathurst, and then a 2020 Silverstone. So we're going to be closing it off with a track that has different balance of performance characteristics. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that works out. And also I'm just looking forward to Silverstone because it's just such an awesome power circuit to watch cars go around. Jay Willis and the Dying Lizard going a little bit sideways for me as I'm watching him go up the mountain now through Quarry and into the cutting. Man, that is a pretty livery on that Porsche, by the way.
Yet again, another Engelman special. Let's
Oh,
hop
he's just
on with
aborted
those.
it. He did not like where that was going.
You know, Josh, I expect Josh to put down a better time than the 203. They've got a bit of pace left in there. I expect them to get into at least the 202s, if not better.
So either we're dealing with a situation where the pace has fallen off for these guys, or people have kind of like milked out whatever they can. You were talking Jay Willis is going to definitely have something in the tank. But just looking through the field right now, not a lot of people have really made up any kind of gains. Christopher Becco, Andres in the 4-4, like they're like nickel and dime, like in terms of like actual performance gains right now. In fact, it looks like Chris just lost all his gains, and Andreas only has like a dime in store, maybe 20 cents that he's looking to cash in to see if he can get a little bit closer to Chris B in the 805.
Yeah, so in fifth place, I believe that's the Masachero brothers, the Peruvian sensations. They are another one of the. Oh, and we see Willis or Frigo 90 degrees going up the hill there. Resets the car, gonna go out for another lap here. But going back to the Masacheros, another quick couple of guys in the Naps team, partners with Ellard Meza. Those are the guys that are just pushing Bazin and the Area 52 guys to try and fight for the championship. And it's amazing. It's incredibly competitive. It's incredibly fun to watch every single week.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, man, and I'm just loving what's set up here for this race. Because you look at the gap between Whitehead and Quinn right now, second and a half, almost 2 seconds back to Coasty. But then you look at this pocket between Quinn and Marlowe, and then you look at the Masachero crew all the way down to, what is that? Shane Rees and Chris Pennycook in the 948, and they're all smashed within a second of one another. So it's going to be, I think, a pretty exciting race.
Absolutely. I want to see what happens. I want to see what 4 hours of Bathurst does to these guys. I mean,
it's going to be great, dude. I'm looking at the timesheets. I just noticed that Quinn Smith is solo in the 999. It is going to be fascinating to see if he can maintain and not get hit with the brain fade in 4 hours on the mountain.
I don't know about you. How do you feel about endurances? Have you driven in any? What do you?
Yeah, endurance racing is definitely my favorite form of racing, but the thing that I love about it is I do like when I'm able to kind of like get into a groove and race for like multiple stints. But it is tricky. And in the 949 crew, when I race with them and stuff like that, I'm definitely like one of the weaker drivers. So for me, it's all about like putting in consistent lap times and protecting the car. Like I'm not going out there and setting the track on fire or anything like that. But I love getting in that groove when you've got multiple stints under your belt and you kind of got like a focus. And Coasty just went into the wall at a rate of knots. And that is a messed up front end on that Lexus. Isn't sim racing fun? Like you can just barrel into the wall, full tilt, go back to the pits and get it repaired. Now, but yeah, endurance racing is super fun. Have you done mini driver swaps in ACC yet?
I have done one, and it was a terrible experience. I have to admit.
Really?
Back when we used to be in JAE, we
Mhm.
a bunch of guys were putting together a team, and I was like, hey, I'll do it, and was hoping to put down some practice. It was in Spa. Unfortunately, life got really busy and didn't have much time to practice. Hey guys, I want to back out. Not because I don't have confidence in myself, but I've legitimately not had time to practice. You guys should find a replacement or just do it yourself. Being the awesome guys, group of guys that they were, like, no, you insisted, you'll be all right. Just come drive with us. It's no, don't worry about being slow or whatever. They were up in fifth place, I think, and I hopped into the car, got out. I think it was the first lap. There were about 3 guys racing for position around me, and I don't remember if it was wet or not, but going into the double downhill left-hander, I don't know what it's called, about in sector 2, and
Oh,
just
you're talking about Puhom.
could be. I
Yeah.
lost the rear end, like 20 seconds of damage, some crazy amount of damage, hit the wall,
Yeah.
and kind of like, I was like, look guys, I would love to do this in a more prepared manner. I just don't want to ruin this for you guys, so one of you guys hop back in. So that was my
Yeah.
experience in ACC. That being
Well,
said, I've had the fortune to do a couple in like go-kart endurances in real life, and a lemons race. I think we did a 2.5 or 3 hour stint in the lemons race, which was absolutely fantastic. I love long races because, like you said, you
yeah.
get into that groove, you kind of find yourself. There are laps where I don't even remember going through 2 or 3 or 4 laps, just because you're in this alternate universe of your hands and feet just know what to do.
Indeed. I think that as racing drivers, I don't know if people in chat agree with me on this, and I don't know if you will when I frame it this way. But for me in particular, the thing that I love about the kinds of things like racing, sim racing, was kind of like the kind of hobby that we have here with sim racing. Um, I just love getting into a flow state. It's almost like I feel like I can almost feel my brain power down, and it's just like your mind and body are just kind of like moving the car around almost as if it's like by magic sometimes. And when you're in that kind of state, it's just perfect.
Yeah, yeah, and just like finding that groove. It's just, the way I look at it is, because get I don't get too much time to practice or spend time running these events, or whatever it is. When I get a chance to do an endurance, or when we do some of our long format drives, oftentimes I get my fastest lap towards the last 5 laps, because it's time for me to practice, time for me to improve, and you'll learn things along the way. And it's almost more fun in a pressure situation where you have to do well.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that assessment. We have 8 minutes and 30 left on this, and Whitehead is still just like smashing quick laps, like 2 minute 147. Um, Quinn Smith still a second and a half back. Kosie's still almost 2 seconds back. So right now it looks like the Honda is just going to be really hard to keep up with. They're just going to have to hope that either with moving through traffic or dealing with the mountain, that something's going to slow this guy down.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I don't know. Hey, it's an endurance event. Anything can
Mm-hmm.
happen. I mean, wish these guys, wish Whitehead and who's he driving with, Whitehead and Hall, the best of luck. But like I said, it is an endurance. It's Bathurst. There might be rain, and it is mixed class, so there might be GT4s in the way. Remember
Yep.
last time when we had the endurance? One of the things we said, it's one thing to be fast in a quality lap. It's another thing to know how to drive around people.
Oh yeah, especially driving around mixed category. Because I mean,
You
the
got it.
mixed category that we have here, we've got the mixed categories in terms of like overall pace of drivers and stuff like that. But I feel like it's going to be a fun race. I feel like caution is going to be the better part of valor
I need another
in
screen though. I need like
in
a freaking,
the mountain situations and
because I
dealing
need
with
to get
traffic.
this up here.
Uh, Honda right now has got some monster single lap pace. Do they get the setup right for the endurance portion? Do they got the setup right for when conditions start to change? If conditions change in a drastic way, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it is gonna be interesting for sure.
6 minutes and 40 seconds left. What sort of things? I guess for the folks in chat and for you, Eric, like you've seen now almost an hour of qualifying. We've kind of got an understanding of what these GT4 and GT3 cars are going to do here. Any particular drivers that you're going to follow this race to kind of see what they can do?
I am curious to know. I want to see where's Willis right now. Where
I
is
believe they're
Willis
in
right
eighth.
now?
22 is about 3.4 seconds off the pace. But the thing about 3.4 seconds is they find a half second on track, and all of a sudden they're knocking on the door of Christopher Becco and the 147. They find a second on track, and they're looking at top 5 in terms of overall pace. So I feel like it could be that maybe they're dealing with not a primo quali setup. Porsche's going to be strong on the mountain, I think.
Yeah, but the straight's a killer for them.
It is. It is, but you know what kills straight line speed more than anything? Running into the wall. So if they have some folks in front of them that are in the faster cars on the mountain, like the Audi or the Honda, tap the wall a time or two, and you're now within striking distance of that Porsche.
Right. So, for me, those are the guys I'd watch because I think they're looking at the Masacheros and Free and Willis. Those are the guys that I think should be placed a little bit higher than they actually
Mm-hmm.
are right now, and I expect them to be working their way through the pack. Now, again, I'm not familiar with all the drivers, but we got Whitehead, Coasty, I know is really quick, Smith, Marlowe, Besnard. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Becco. These names are unfamiliar to me, other than Coasty, who I know is quick. So they could just be putting down some incredible pace at this track here today. I have noticed something here, Philip.
What's that?
It looks like the sky has gone gray.
Oh yeah. So it does look like we've got cloud cover at least over the next 13 minutes in qualifying. Track is the optimum conditions. It is 33 degrees. Cloud cover is really keeping this track in check from getting too hot, really starting to make grip for these cars a bit of an issue. We do have Whitehead, Coasty, and Quinn Smith in the pits right now with 3 minutes, 50 seconds left. Coasty did find some pace in the car and has moved up into second, 1.3 off from Whitehead. So he's getting a little bit closer to striking distance. I'm looking forward to seeing this battle between the Lexuses currently right now, or excuse me, Lexuses. Toyota would have you know that the plural of Lexus is Lexus. The two Lexus in the top 3 right now. I'm waiting to see how they mix it up in the race because right now there's only 2/10 between them.
You have a talent for answering questions before I ask them because I was
Yep.
wondering whether it was Lexus, Lexus-I, or Lexus. It sounds like you already know the answer.
Yep. I mean, Google is my brain, so that's like I just basically don't worry about knowing things. I just know how to type them when I need to ask the question. But the thing is that yeah, Toyota's official language is Lexus for plural, which is kind of silly when you think about it. Like we've got 2 Lexus in the front. It's kind of weird. Yeah.
English is an interesting language. As someone who speaks multiple, I can tell you that
Mhm.
it's not the most intuitive to learn.
Oh, absolutely. My wife is went to has a liberal arts degree in English, and she refers to English as that language that like follows other languages into a dark alley and takes things from them. So John Yee's Besnard in the Bro and Bro 357 goes into the wall right before he gets
Yikes.
to the dipper. The skyline is going to be tricky, especially on that first lap. I'm looking at the cutting. I'm looking at skyline. I'm looking at Forest Elbow. I'm looking at the chase. How many cars are going to be going for long clippings on the exit of the chase? That's going to be interesting to find out over the first lap. But we're almost through qualifying here. Don't have too
Yeah,
much longer.
and I'm gonna go to free cam here. Let's see what we got.
Didn't Mount Panorama just amazing? And didn't Kunos do just like a marvelous job with setting this track up?
It is pretty cool. Very 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 cool.
Yeah. So for the folks that don't know at home, this is an actual this is a road circuit, and there are portions of this track that are actually public road. So it's beautiful scenery, and yeah, we're looking at 3.9 miles thereabouts, 23 corners. It's going to be interesting to see with the different elevation changes and stuff like that. It should be a lot of fun to watch these cars drive around.
Yeah, well, we have a couple of cars left out on track trying to improve on their lap times. Looks like the Masacheros may have found some time. As who's it that's coming through here? Let's see. Who do you have your eyes on?
Do I have my eyes on? My autopilot is currently focused in on Mr. Mastachero in the 44 Aston Martin, the Naps.
Yep, let's have a look.
Yeah. I can switch over to the sound as well if you want me to turn that on.
I've got him. I've got him on my screen as well from the outside view.
Gotcha.
So let's see how he
Fantastic.
does. And it looks like he is down on his time, and that is the end of qualifying in 3, 2, 1. And qualifying session is ended. So only those who are out on track will have the ability to improve. The only one that looks like may have a chance is Marlowe. So let's hop on track.
I'm getting that wonderful feeling that I get with ACC sometimes.
What's that?
Not even a 59 from Luke Peepo leave from Mr. Blaine Hall. Well, I mean, you guys are on top by like 1.3 seconds. Like, what more do you want from him, Blaine? Jeez, calm down, dude. He's like, I mean, if he drives around, Blaine, I understand your complaints, but if he drives around that fast, he's going to have won the race in the first 30 minutes, and everybody else is going to be spending the next half hour catching up. But we'll see. 3 minutes and 30 in wait time before we go full checkers.
And Marlowe putting his 4/10 up, an incredible lap for them here, which would actually take him up into second place if he maintains.
One of the most critical braking zones coming up here, getting ready to go into the chase. That's such a pretty track. I love watching cars come down, Conrad. Probably could have gotten a little bit more on the inside of the left-hander into the chase. And now Murray's corner, and that'll be it for the lap for Marlowe in the 805.
Ooh, lost a bit of time in that last corner, but enough for second place. Now, way to leave it to the end, but gets that P2 position for the start of the race, which is going to be critical. That is a phenomenal lap. I mean,
Yeah,
great timing. Yep.
Yeah, front row around here, very critical. You're absolutely right.
Good job to those guys.
All right, let me get my cameras set up. Oh, wait a minute. It's not ready for me to go over there. I probably should have waited. I'm being a little impatient. Eric, man, thanks again to you guys over at TRACKILICIOUS Sim Racing for putting this together. This has been an absolute blast to get to do an endurance race cast. I don't get to do enough of these things, but this has been an absolute blast. So everybody at 949, big thank you to you guys for putting this on.
Oh, please. Honestly, it's the pleasure is all ours. We're so happy to have such great partners to work with. love you guys. Every single one of you has been such a great pleasure to know, to work with, and looking for an extremely long lasting and fruitful relationship. And as we both grow and keep finding our new ventures in sim racing.
We
Well,
got some session start time. What is that, 10 minutes for them
yeah,
to get everything situated?
yeah, and I'm actually gonna flip this over to you. I'm gonna
Sure.
go on a space cam here. Just go over the grid and then hand it over to you, and maybe you could do a quick
Fantastic. I
track
will.
walk with all the drivers here.
All right. Let me switch over to the camera real quick. Alt tabbing around. Beautiful. Man, what a grid. Look at that. What a grid indeed. So going from front to back, we got Mr. Luke Whitehead. Looks like he's starting alongside Mr. Blaine Hall in the 217. The Audi, or not the Audi, the Honda, excuse me. The Audi's in second row. We got CB. Who is that? I think that's just, it's not Chris Becco. Chris Becco's back in sixth. So CB in the 805 Audi. It was, I believe, Marlowe who set the position for them. So it looks like CB is going to start the race. Joseph Kostovich and Papa Kame, Mr. Mike Jackson in the 949 in third. Quinn Smith with Madhouse Racing in the 999 Lexus, right behind him in fourth place. We've got Jean Besnard in the 357 in fifth, alongside Christopher Becco in the 147 Aston Martin. So we got Aston Martin P6, P7 with Andres in the 44. And they're in front of Jay Willis. Gonna look to see what Mr. Willis can do with that Porsche around the mountain in the 22. And I believe is that Andrew Free that races with Mr. Willis? Alan Andrews in the number 14 P9. That's the lone Bentley in GT3, alongside Shane Rees and Chris PK in the 948 car for 949 Sim Racing. Jay Quid in the number 3 McLaren in P11. We've got Petrovich. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing your name correctly in the 117 in P12. Mr. Shy Guy 98 on Twitch TV in P13 in the number 4 Audi. We've got Mr. Who's that? Jack Taylor, JLT in the 535, and he is in 14th alongside Shy Guy. We've got Chronotis in the 789 AMG in the T-Swift Army on pole position for the GT4s. Robert Lewis, Mr. Beltan 621, the godfather of 949 in the 950 Aston Martin P16. Engelman in the 747 Aston Martins in P17 alongside Mr. Provolone in the 82 Aston Martin, and then Vercosa in the 63 Camaro. And that looks like that's the grid. What do we got here? 6 minutes, 8 seconds in session start time for them to get dialed in. Now, if you folks are looking at home, you're going to notice in the top right corner of the screen something very drastic. That's rain. A rain in 10 minutes. That could be very interesting. So do the drivers try and do something like get their tires or whatever set up for mixed conditions? Because it's going to go to greasy after about probably rain for a good 3 to 4 minutes on track. And greasy conditions on the mountain are pretty dangerous. So we're gonna wait and see. But yeah, looks like we got 19 cars for the start of the race. Definitely looking forward to seeing what's in store. Everybody in chat, thank you all so much for hanging out. Eric and the Tracklicious guys have put on a show for 4 hours of Bathurst, and we are super appreciative of their efforts getting this off the ground. Not only is it raining in 10 minutes, oh man, it is accelerating. Looks like rain is already increased. We got rain falling on the track in 3 minutes. People are probably going to start deciding whether or not they're going to take that pit stop early. They've got to take 3 mandatory pit stops before they are good to the regs. I'm trying to think if I can squeeze any more facts out for everyone before we get started. Just looking through my data here. We also do have Pitwall Live up and running for the folks that want to follow along. Paste the link in chat. 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Hello, hello. How are you doing, sir?
Good. Ready to see how the race start is.
Ah, gotcha. So we got 3 minutes and 47 seconds before session start time ticks away, and we go green. 31 degrees on track with the cloud cover starting to increase. Rain is on the docket for at least the next 3 to 10 minutes. And we're going to see how that changes the track conditions. Well, this is going to be interesting. You're not wrong there, Blaine. You are not wrong. Best of luck to you, sir. You guys running that PPR Honda right now. I think somebody's going to need to, like, I don't know, throw a stick in your spoke or whatever to try and slow you down, because, I mean, you guys are super quick in that Honda right now. For the folks at home, you are watching TRACKILICIOUS Sim Racing and 949 Sim Racing hosting 4 hours Bathurst, Mount Panorama, New South Wales. It's going to be an awesome track. It's going to be an awesome field. And it's going to be 4 hours of endurance racing. We got 3 mandatory pit stops. We got multi-class racing. Couldn't ask for anything better. 5-degree wind coming out of, it looks like, the northwest. This weight is a little excessive. Well, you say that now. Once the race starts. Giving you plenty of time with the forecast changing like it is to kind of get your strategy figured out. Good luck to you, though, Shy Guy. Good luck to everybody out on the field. I'm just looking through right now. Just kind of curious. Rain's already starting to drop. Rain is falling on the track. Let's check the conditions to see what it's got everything down to. Temperature's already dropping. 30 degrees. Let's take a look. If I switch over to basic HUD right now and let's cycle through, can I see what we're dealing with? Track's already in a greasy condition. Rain increasing in 10 minutes. It is going to get dramatic at this race start. I can assure you that. "30 seconds in session start time before we go racing. Fantastic. Yep, CPK, rain. You guys are tooled for this sort of thing. Slap those wet tires on.
This is awesome. This is what we're talking about. Just, you never know what's going to happen.
Indeed. The drivers are going to have to basically make an assessment of the track conditions right now. I wonder if we have anybody that's going to take, because so for the folks at home, you got that number 3 next to your favorite driver's racing number right now, which means they have to make 3 mandatory pit stops to the regs. So there's driver stint timers and mandatory pit stop requirements to basically frame the structure of this event. Now, that said, with rain and mixed conditions coming into play, I could, and not only that, just damage from, taking a whack or two on the mountain. I could see cars making 4 or 5 pit stops throughout the length of this race. So right now, what I think, you got Luke Whitehead in front, 217. I wonder if any drivers are going to be looking at the conditions right now and making some sort of quick judgment call. It's like, do I need to be on the full wets? I think you do. Track's already greasy. Do they take the pit stop right now? And if they're not on those wet weather tires, get switched over and hope that maybe some other people in front don't get changed over real quick. First casualty of the race, safety car had a driver swap error and did not start. That is terrible. That is unfortunate. Mr. Eric, are you around? I'm going to go get a refill of some coffee.
If
that would be okay. I've got a little bit of time before they get around to the start-finish line. So I'm going to step away for a moment.
Yep, no problem.
All right, I'll be right back.
So, we were talking about variation in endurance and where pole position doesn't necessarily mean a win, and this is exactly what we're referring to. Rain, variability. I'm sure there's going to be much more as we look through and go through the race. Who has dries? Who has wets? What is the decision? What is the correct decision going to be as we ask these drivers to race to the limit of their abilities through the challenging Mount Panorama? Having a bit of an issue here with my screen setup. Hopefully it's coming through okay on your guys' end. Alright, let's go to Helicam. As they line up, start to line up side by side. Going into the last corner.
Oh man, I'm back, and boy, do these track conditions already look just a shy bit of hellish. Oh man, this is gonna be great.
I am stoked for this.
Yeah.
All right.
It looks like you got a subscription there. Gonna be interesting. I would agree with that statement.
I am having a bit of trouble with my mouse not floating over through my screens here, but let me focus on the race here, and we're green, 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 go, as Whitehead takes an easy lead off the start, maintains his lead. Great braking into the first corner, and builds a bit of a gap there as Crispy, is it Crispy in second, Kosovic keeping close by in third place, Smith in fourth. Going down the straight, what a view! Oh my gosh, what a great angle there.
And we're getting ready for the moment of truth here. Everybody getting through Corey. It looks like there might be a little bit of side-to-side door banging, but I don't see anything too serious. through the cutting for the first time, just watching from Whitehead's rear camera perspective. And now I'm going to scroll back through the field and just check. It looks right now like everybody's playing it smart.
I'm going to stay on the battle for second here. Looks like Kosti's found a bit of pace in the rain relative to Chris
Oh,
here.
yeah.
And with Quinn Smith really close to Kostovich as well. This battle for second really heating up in the first lap of a 4-hour Mount Panorama race.
Indeed. I'm going to jump back. Yeah, the Lexus is going to be strong in wet conditions. I'm not sure if, from a race setup perspective, I mean Blaine and so Luke's quick, and I know Blaine is smart. So I would not be shocked at all if they have like a wet weather setup for the Honda, just like in their back pocket, ready to deploy at a moment's notice.
They're gonna need it. They're gonna need it. I wish maybe you know this because you have a lot of secret answers to questions that I don't know. I wish there was a way we could tell whether they're on wets or dries.
In fact, there is. So if you cycle through using that insert key that I showed you, if you switch over to the basic HUD and switch over, you're going to notice, well, actually, it's if you have the driver's actual track HUD turned on, which sometimes us being broadcasters, we don't have that information turned on. But if you turn on the tire app, so it looks like Esnard's on wets. Let's look through the field.
Yeah, why don't you go
Everybody
through?
seems to be on wets right now.
I'm going to stay on Kosti for this battle for second, second, third, and fourth, while you go through what these guys are running for tires. Sounds like everybody's on wets?
Yeah, it sounds like everybody is on wets right now. Nobody dove into the pits, so that actually kind of tracks in reality for what people probably should be set up for. So definitely looks like everybody's playing the conservative battle here, and it shows. 3.6 seconds is the gap right now between Whitehead and CB. So again, the Honda, I'm not shocked. Like I said, Blaine's a smart cat. He probably had the setup already worked out. Switch over to autopilot cam. Let this thing cruise around and find some cool battles for us to focus on.
And we're gonna stay here with Kosti, CB, and Smith, still battling for second, third, and fourth.
Indeed.
Looks like Becco is making some ground, not too far behind in fifth, as Whitehead is comfortably walking away, which makes sense as these guys are battling in the back here, giving him some time to use up that free air, the luxury that he gets being in first place in pole position.
So looking right now, Jarek Snyder in the AMG, currently in front of Provolone. So we got Snyder, Provolone, Lewis, Engelman, and Vercosa in GT4.
Interesting. We were supposed to start with a grid of 7 or 8, so we must have had some last-minute dropouts. It's a shame, but I have faith in this GT4 class really picking up some heat through into Silverstone. I think that's going to be a lot more fun for these guys to drive.
Looks like I'm looking at the front end of Engelman's car, and I'm seeing a vibration on the hood. He might already have a little bit of damage that he's dealing with. Ooh, autopilot just switched over. CB and Kostovich are duking it out as they go into Corey, now heading up the mountain right now. And Quinn Smith is just lurking in the background, ready to pick up the scraps of whatever these guys are going to lay down.
Go back to Helicam here. Ooh, that is extremely close.
Oh. Okay, for the folks at home, yet again, just proof positive that Philip doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, Al Druid just comes in chat and says that, nope, we're on a full dry setup with wet tires. Like, I mean, hey, Honda's still quick. Looks like that's enough.
Well, I mean, we have information on the tires, but not quite the setup. So
Yeah. I was just expecting Blaine to already have, like, just break out that Honda wet weather setup for the ages at a moment's notice. We got rain increasing in intensity inside of 10 minutes. It looks like rain is just gonna be the story of the day. CB is trying to fend off Coasty, Quinn Smith in the background. Becco not that far off. P2, P3, P4, P5. Looks like this is going to be the close race to watch. GT3. Jay Willis is looming pretty large on Besnard. And over in GT4, though, looks like the field is starting to spread out just a little bit.
yeah, and that's what we were talking about earlier, right? In that looking to see who is the person we're looking at to be exciting through the race. And I do think that Willis is going to show some pace through the race as he's catching up to Besnard. We'll see if he's got it in him to make an overtake. Definitely going to have an advantage being the drafting car, as the Porsche does have that front, the straight speed limitation. Oh, and we see some moves being made.
Yep, Coasty on the outside of the cutting. This is brave. Now he's got the squeeze on him going into the corner. Now he's got the inside line as they go up into Reed Park. In wet weather, folks, Kostovich making the move stick. And now Quinn Smith is all in CB's rear view, and he's making a move up the inside. I guess CB is either having like he got off of the dry line on track, and that definitely compromised his pace, and now he is just bleeding positions.
I wonder if there's any contact or damage with the wall. I mean, anything that happens also gives you this, a bit of lack of confidence, which makes you question the rest of the laps. I wonder whether that's happening as well.
Yeah, I'm just looking right now. So CB just suffering for pace right now with that exchange on, what lap are we on now? We're on lap 3? Or lap 4?
3.
So,
the fourth lap, on the fourth lap.
Yeah, so Becco now looks like he is starting to harass CB a little bit, and Besnard's got Willis, so the two Porsches are just mauling each other as they get ready to go into the final corner.
Loving that Aston Martin Nesquik livery.
Yeah.
Brings back memories of my childhood.
Oh man, I'm telling you, dude. Another crew in North America that does the like our generation type liveries and stuff like that. I know the New World Sim folks do. Like they had the Nerf LMP2 and iRacing. That was pretty dope. So yeah, I love it when people come up with clever ideas for liveries. It's great. Really? This battle going up Mountain Straight right now. I don't know if you're focused in on Besnard and Willis, but they're getting ready to go side by side into quarry.
I'm actually on CB's wing, and I see Becco and Besnard and Willis all in the view. It's awesome, and it looks like Willis is taking the position.
This is just good stuff, man. So we're almost 10 minutes into 4 hours around Bathurst. What do you think of the opening of the race so far?
Oh, and it looks like Becco goes into the wall, loses the rear end, and tries to correct. Now Willis on his tail. I mean, could you ask for more fun? Looks like Becco has a bit of damage on the wing. I mean, rain at the start of Bathurst with an incredibly competitive group of guys. I can't ask for more, personally.
So Blaine coming in with some predictions here or some assessments, but he thinks that CB might be running over under pressured wets, and that could be compromising mechanical grip on the car. It's tricky. So Willis now behind Becco. He did get around Besnard. He's got a little bit of damage on the 22, but seems like he's still got reasonably good pace. Oh, his brake bias is way too high as well. Interesting. Facts from the ground from the man that is co-piloting the 217 currently in P1.
So the 217 has gone up to a 12-second lead.
Yeah.
And you know what? More to show about the competitiveness of these guys.
Yeah.
12-second lead with what, 4 or 5 laps in, and they're still complaining about something not being right and looking for optimization of their vehicles.
I think Altrude's talking about CB, but they probably also have things that they're probably tweaking on the fly as well.
Right, as Willis gets really close to CB, or sorry, Becco over here.
Yeah, for the folks at home, this kind of race, man, attrition is critical. Like, I'm looking through the field right now, and one storyline that's popping out in my head right now is I'm looking at the 948 right now that's sitting in P18. Shane Rees, I wonder if...
and a mistake from Willis. A bit of a knock into the wall gives Becco a bit of room, a bit of breathing room.
Looks like the Mountain has already started to claim some souls. Not out of the race, but definitely looking at the 948 Porsche out of place in P18.
And another mistake from Willis going into Skyline, touches the wall on the left-hand side. I mean, this, he's trying a bit too hard, maybe? It's not very typical of Willis to make mistakes like these.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's a compound interest problem. Like, when you start smacking the wall, the turning characteristic of the car starts to get compromised. So you turn the wheel in the way your memory remembers you should be turning it in, but the suspension could be already to a point where you turn it 10 degrees, the car responds like it's turning 30 degrees. So that sort of thing can definitely catch you out if you're not paying attention.
Yeah, looks like he's got quite a bit of damage on the car now. Hopefully that doesn't affect their race too much, but giving Besnard the opportunity to make up that gap that Willis was starting to make on him.
Looking through the field, and I'm seeing the majority of the cars already have a little bit of scuffs and scrapes, but I don't see anything significant to the point where I've seen cars diving in the pits for any kind of repairs. Not yet, at least.
Yeah, and as we see T Green and Shy Guy, T Green from Absolute Sim Racing, hop on with their new livery, being pushed around a little bit by Shy Guy. A little bit of pressure from that chrome purple Audi, looking quite sharp.
Yeah, that is my 949 Sim Racing co-caster on Thursdays, Mr. Reed Aldred, Shy Guy 98 on Twitch, and he's been really taken to the Audi. Like, he's normally a McLaren main, but I've seen him put some pretty quick times for his skill level in the Audi. So I'm looking to see him continue to get quicker in that car. So it does look like there was a pit to fix damage for the 948, which is unfortunate. Petrovic. I'm gonna say that so wrong, Bam, and I'm so sorry about that, but I'm gonna try and improve it. I might start Googling to figure out how to pronounce that spelling. But it looks like the 117 currently in 11th is in front of Tyshawn Green and Shy Guy. Looks like the gap is about 10 seconds ahead of this battle for P12.
Why don't we hop into the GT4 class real quick and see what's going on there. So we have Jarek Snyder in the lead, 5 seconds ahead of Jason Provolone, both really quick guys, and Beltan another 4 seconds behind them with Shane Rees
That's the out of place GT3 car.
Right. Then Vercosa, about 30 seconds, 35 seconds behind, and Engelman a minute behind them. I wonder what happened to Engelman.
So for the folks at home that don't realize what's going on right now with these cars being out of place, because the mountain is such a tough track, we're barely past 15 minutes into this race, and people are already starting to take damage and already starting to drop back by about a minute. Now, what does that mean for your favorite driver if they've been a little bit unlucky at the start of the race? Definitely not over. I mean, if it can swing a minute inside of 15 minutes, it can definitely swing another minute over the next 3 3/4 hours. So just stay with it, and hopefully these guys are going to knuckle down, get some consistent laps in, and some people that are in front of them could get unlucky. So there's still more to play for.
Right, and it's nice to see that the gap for first place, first, second, and third in GT4 is still relatively close. So looks like there's about a 4-second gap to second and a 4-second gap to third with Beltan, which I'm sure is going to make up. We saw an incredible drive from him in the Laguna Seca race.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that Beltan's one of those drivers that I feel like is going to be, if he didn't have a wet weather setup and he's running a dry setup with wets and stuff like that, you could see him probably start to back off of his pace a little bit just to try and maintain safety. Because the thing about endurance racing is you can't lose time. Don't lose time. Your pace can be fantastic. Your driving, your racecraft can be impeccable. But if you spend time in the pits, if you're smacking the wall, if you're losing pace lap over lap, it's just you can't get that time back. You'll never get it back. So it's all about protecting the car, especially in these kinds of conditions. Kostovich right now on second, running 2-minute 12s. I'm going to take a quick moment, if it's okay, sir. I'm going to jump over on my other computer here and take a look at pit wall. I want to see the pace delta between Quinn Smith and Kostovich over the race so far. And it looks like Kosti is starting to pull away.
It does look like between Whitehead and Kosi that they have about a second delta though between their last lap. So
Whitehead's gone.
Yeah,
Whitehead is gone.
Last lap from Whitehead looking like a 2:10.9. Kosi with a 2:12.1, being the next fastest person on the track.
So I'm tuned into this battle for P5 right now. So both Willis, Besnard, and Becco have some pretty solid damage on their car right now. Excuse me. My allergies are killing me, dude. Don't be allergic to dust. That's my public service announcement for the day. So, yeah, Willis got a little bit of damage on the car. Besnard currently 2/10 back, starting to do the reverse harassment.
Misses
oh
the
man, he caught that grass and that was
and he's
it.
90 degrees.
That is rough. It does look like Mastachero losing it a little bit in the dipper, but saves it. Doesn't hit the wall too hard. Here is a GT4, and we've got CB and Willis in the battle for P4. Willis is going to look like he's lining up for a move, maybe on the outside of the kink as they go down Conrad Straight. This is where the straight line speed of the Porsche just starts to hit a bit of a deficit. But he's still in the draft as they get ready to go in the chase. Let me tell you, man, these guys get to the end of this race, man, and it's going to be like they've been through war.
Yeah, quite an absolute relief.
Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, if you survive this race, that's an accomplishment. If you podium, that right there is going to feel like a miracle. How's it still rain plus in 10 minutes? That's a good question. That is a good question. I think Mother Nature is just not shining favorably on you guys right now. Taylor's off the track. Saves it though from going into the wall. So smart play in the 5-3-5.
And what we were trying to say earlier, that while most people would sit here and say, well, it's Bathurst, it doesn't rain at Bathurst, we actually looked up the weather report at Mount Panorama right now in New South Wales, and it is raining and is cold around the track. So we're actually representing actual weather. I mean, we don't have full control, but we had set up the variance to try to match as best as we could to the real life weather report out in New South Wales.
So the 5-3-5 right now is catching up to the 117 of Petrovich in the Aston Martin. So this is the battle for P9, although he just took the inside of the wall, Taylor did. So he's going to have some front left damage. I'm looking at his car squirming as he's trying to snake up the mountain now. I think he might have some suspension damage.
Will is still reeling in CB.
So I'm looking Snyder and Engelman. So Engelman's already down on Snyder, but he's hanging with them. Probably just trying to stay as close as he can to the GT4 class leader. Try not to lose too many positions.
I believe
That's another thing. Once the blue flags start hitting around here, it starts to become very hard to make up places.
Right, and I believe that's a lap down, right? Relatively speaking.
Yeah. Engelman's a lap down from Snyder. Provolone currently in the mix right now. There's Shane Rees, the out-of-place GT3, trying to make up spots. He's going to go around the outside of Provolone at Skyline. Gets on the brakes, really keeping it real smooth through the mountain section. So even though they took the early damage, I wonder if they went into the pits, maybe get the repairs out of the way. They're already good, at least one pit stop on the regs. So same thing with Robert Lewis. He's coming out of the pits right now.
That made me nervous.
Oh, them cresting the hill at Skyline and Shane going around the outside?
Yeah, Skyline makes me nervous just looking at it.
It's one of those corners that's very hard to I know that in I believe in Caro's racing school track guide for Mount Panorama, he did have Skyline listed as a passing opportunity. I personally think if you're slinging it up the inside at Skyline, you're bonkers. But you know, to each their own. When you crest that hill, it's so easy for the rear end to get unloaded, and then if it gets unloaded and you start spinning, it's almost guaranteed you're going to collect somebody. I'm watching Petrovich right now, sticking to the dry line. That's another thing that's going to be really tricky for these guys with the track conditions. If you start overheating these wets, you're going to have to be ducking over into the wet line to try and cool your tires down. Almost like for the folks at home that watch F1. They have to do kind of the same thing. When the temperatures start going bonkers on these cars, you have to do what you can.
Right, and I wonder with the rain continuing, if anyone has their setup off a little bit in that it's too hot, too cold. Well, wouldn't be too hot, but too cold in that maybe they were expecting it to dry up. And set, lower pressures to try and maximize their setup.
The conditions are going to be tricky. We got more rain in 10 minutes. 28 degrees on track. So it is cooler, but it's not cold. I feel like if you get your pressures dialed in, it's going to be easy to maintain them with the track temperature with the way that it is. But it's really just a matter of making sure that you have enough experience to be able to kind of gauge how you should be setting your temperatures for the conditions, or your pressures.
Right, and that's such a big ask right off the bat to have been able to set the pressures up well enough to have a decent setup going through this first portion of the race. As we see the battle between Smith and Coasty getting heated up with some GT4 traffic as they come up on Shy Guy as well. Coasty getting held up quite a bit, giving Smith the opportunity to get within a quarter of a second. Nice late braking from Smith. Not quite enough, but close to potentially get a great draft going up the straight.
So we got teammates here. We got Shane Rees and Joseph Kostovich going into turn 1. Exit out of Hell Corner looks pretty conservative for Coasty. Quinn Smith was pushing it, though. He went off onto the rumble strips, which can be pretty dangerous under wet conditions. Hitting those the green tarmac and stuff like that can put you out. So Coasty does get up the inside of Shane as they start to go up the mountain now, and Quinn is just jockeying left and right, trying to find his way around the 948 Porsche.
That was a critical move for Coasty to have made up that position. Or I should
I
say,
would not be surprised in the slightest if Shane set up that draft going into Quarry. Would not be surprised. But that said, Quinn is looming large in Shane's background. I'm pretty sure that when they hit Forest, actually he's getting out of the way right now at Skyline, and that gives Quinn Smith the opportunity to be unleashed and start to catch back up to Coasty. And the thing is Quinn is quick, and he has been catching up to Coasty pretty much consistently as the rain is starting to intensify. So I wonder if Quinn's actually got a leg up on Coasty in terms of race setup.
possibly, and it could be as simple as the pressures that we were talking about earlier, right? Might just be a bit more optimal in the range, the tire temperature range that he's got with the pressures that he had set up at the start of the race.
Yeah, I'm looking right now, and Quinn is not losing ground to Coasty in a straight line, and he's far enough where he's kind of out of the draft. So that tells me that Quinn's got a pretty quick setup in a straight line.
The draft, I've heard, is effective somewhere in the sub 1 second range, right?
Yeah, that's my take on it. And Blaine could probably give us a correction in chat if we're off base, but I think the draft is critical once you start getting into that second inside 1 second. Deco dropped down to P13 in the Nesquik. Aston Martin. So we've got more people in the pits. Let me actually pull up, I'm going to pull up my pit wall information. I'm going to take a look and see who has taken their stops already. I'm just curious. So I'm seeing stops from Deco. I'm seeing stops from Car 14 and the 948, and now 535. That's Taylor. He's in the pits. So a number of drivers have already taken their initial pit stops, either for damage or for setup changes, looks like. On board with Vercosa in the 63 Camaro. He's behind Reed Aldred in the Audi, Mr. Shy Guy 98. He has got, I want to say, about 30 seconds on Robert Lewis, who's in P17. Vercosa has yet to take a pit stop, though. So he's well within. So Beltan is well within Vercosa's pit window.
Just jumping down to the GT4 class leader here with Jarek Snyder at the wheel. Looks like a pretty comfortable race for them so far. Again, as we were saying, the Mercedes having quite the pace at the track here. at Mount Panorama.
Mm.
And Snyder, a very good driver, paired up with Kronotis, who I could tell you loves Bathurst. Huge fan of this track, does quite well. So they've got a pretty good chance of winning this thing, given that they don't have any crazy incidents pop up, as well as getting their pit stops right.
I'm not sure if Alan Andrews in the 14, they might have retired the car. They've been in the pits for 4.5 minutes. So the 14 might be out of commission for the race, which is unfortunate. But Mount Panorama has a way of claiming souls. Oh no, I'm seeing them moving on the outlap. So that must have been a big repair job. But they're staying with it, and you gotta love to see that, because the thing is that it's not over with 3.5 hours left in this race in these conditions. It's very possible that a car in front of them could have a very unlucky occurrence on track, and they could be back in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's way too soon to be, in my opinion, to be calling it quits just yet. With over 3/4 of the race remaining, and the variation that we're seeing, and that it's a multi-class race, anything can happen. And there's a lot of time left for that to actually occur. So, good for those guys for sticking with it. And I hope to see some fun from them. See if they can make up some time and uh, make their way through a couple of cars.
I tuned back into the battle between CB and Willis. Willis is caught back up now. He is knocking on the door of P4, and CB, though, not just going to let him through. Sticking to that dry line as they shift over into Skyline. We're getting some great downhill shots. These guys, oh, it looks like Green moving through traffic, trying to catch back up to Petrovich in the 117.
I'm gonna stay on Skycam here with CB and Willis.
Absolutely. I'm just going to keep the autopilot roaming around, looking for the good fights. But yeah, for the folks at home, knuckle down. We've got a little less than 3.5 hours. Rain is going to be constant, it looks like, for the next at least 13
and
minutes.
Willis misjudges his braking point, takes CB out. A huge impact.
That is unfortunate. Willis is back out on track. I wonder if he's going to dive into the pits and try and get repairs done. I don't think so. He's behind Besnard now. Where is CB at on track?
CB jumping right into the pits after that incident.
Yeah, he's probably going to go in and try and either get new tires or get some repairs. I'm actually looking at his car right now as he's coming down pit road. Doesn't look terminal. Whatever shot he took, oh wow, it is getting spicy with the Besnard and Willis as they go up Mountain Straight.
And that is for position. Jumping onto the cam there.
You do that, I'm going to turn off my autopilot cam, and we're going to do a little bit of pit stop gazing on Chris B. I want to see in pit wall how long he's stationary, because this will be the first mandatory pit stop for Chris B.
That's unfortunate. I mean, that is not a typical mistake by Willis. So I'm curious to know what type of stewarding call gets made by our live stewards here.
Indeed. I'm just looking, so the inside of the car looks pretty, the left side of the car looks like it's pretty good. It looks like he did take a little bit of rear damage, but we're just going to pay attention. He's coming off the jacks right now, and he's rolling. Pit stop was a minute. Looks like he's going to be under 2 minutes when he comes out. So with tires, fuel, probably some repairs, that's actually not too bad of a stop. That does that does not put him out of the running at all. So it's time to just kind of like buckle down and start putting in some consistency, and see where the race takes you. Looking at chat, rain in 10 minutes. That's right. I'm looking at the forecast too, and it is rain. Like, I don't have a magic 8-ball, but it looks like rain. I just keep cycling through these things like I'm pretending like I know what's happening. Oh, looks like the rain is decreasing in 10 minutes. That's what he's talking about. Rain minus in 10. That's what Blaine's talking about. I learned how to read, Blaine. I'm good. But thank you for the notification. So we're going to have a decrease in rain, Eric. I wonder what
Yep.
that's going to mean.
Yeah, that's oh. As I'm trying to hop on here with multiple, I just hope that Discord doesn't kick me off of the stream that we have here. But we did have an error, unfortunately, that Wasson Miller had in joining, so that's why we have one less GT4 car.
Ooh, Willis getting super snaky on the exit of Solomon Park. And there's, man, I'm on the race leader right now, putting in 2-minute 10s in the wet. Just doing his job. At this point, I wonder if Luke's got a little bit of pace in the tank and he's just managing his pace to be conservative around the mountain. If I look, I want to take a look at the gap actually between him and Coasty right now, because I know he's gone. Like, for sure he's gone, but I just want to know. So let's do, yeah. So he's kind of leveled off ahead of Coasty. Average lap time from Whitehead is 2-minute 11.0 on the average. Coasty is a 2-minute 12.3. Quinn's a 2-minute 12.3. So the margins between Quinn and Coasty could not be smaller.
I mean, the times that Whitehead's putting down is just unreal. Unreal.
Yeah.
Is I try to reach out here to the stewards just to make sure that the incident was caught, because we do have live stewarding here today.
I'm watching Quinn go through the mountain section right now behind Coasty, and the spray is just unreal. Wipers going full blast, and it still looks like he's looking through like he's looking through a rain-soaked window. And that's just a beautiful shot too. Inside car cam, watching him go down the mountain, chasing another Lexus. If any of these guys are going to the regs to the letter, we're probably looking at our first round of pit stops here in about 20 minutes. Now on board with Mr. Robert Lewis on the picture-in-picture cam as he's chasing down Vercosa in the 63 Camaro. Vercosa getting defensive in the chase. I think Beltan is just biding his time. Beltan got a little bit of front-end damage on the Aston already. Has taken a pit stop. We've got another car in the pits. Looks like Shy Guy, the number 4.
Yeah, Beltan got a hood cam on him, taking the inside line. Nice, clean overtake.
Taylor's moving back through traffic. He looks like he might have gotten around Engelman. as he's trying to move back up through the order. He's going to have to clear a couple of GT4 cars before he can get back in the fight with Mastachero. Oh, you're out, Shy Guy? I'm sorry to hear that, man. But thank you for participating anyway, man. Read Aldred, everybody. My one half of the 949 dynamic duo on Thursdays.
I wonder what happened.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's just the wet conditions on
Yeah.
Bathurst. Bathurst is already a tricky track in the dry. Like you start sprinkling some sauce on the ground, and then all of a sudden it's like it's something completely different.
Yeah, that's tough.
And I think he was doing it solo too. So that's another bold attempt. Definitely honorable attempt there.
I mean, it just goes to show how much it takes. I mean, he underestimated with what Beltan does, but it's tough.
He's saying he had to back out for family reasons, and I'm telling him absolutely no worries. Family always comes first.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope everything is okay.
3 hours, 17 minutes. It is 2:51 on track. Let's take a look at the weather conditions right now. So it is 28C, and we do still have rain on the track, but let me cruise through the settings real fast for everybody as soon as I remember which button does what. Apologies to everyone at home. It does look like rain minus again in 10 minutes. So interested to see how that plays in. So we do have some casualties on the track. Alan Andrews, Shy Guy. It looks like Engelman is in the pits, but that could be just for legitimate pit stop reasons. I'm going to go check the data in pit wall to see what's up. Yeah, the 747 looks like it did get 13 laps before it went into the pits for the second time. So that's a decent chunk of time. It's not a full stint, but if he did take a little bit of damage or something like that, he might be thinking it's better to get in and get repairs, or maybe get the driver swap in place if it's time. Because that's Engelman, is that Mike Burkhoff and Justin Beachley in the 747?
Yeah, that's right.
Part of that Trackalicious sim racing gang that races on Thursday nights at 9 p.m. The GT4 double headers. Those things are awesome. Are you guys going to keep the double header format going with the GT4 series? Or are you going to mix it up and throw in some different kind of races?
I think we're just gonna potentially bias it with maybe one or two more enduros because people seem to love that, or I should say not enduro but long format, the 100-minute format. Those seem to put up some really fun races, but for the most part it's gonna stay the same.
Gotcha. So looking at the 948 of Shane Rees, who has moved back up through the field and is in P11. So again, for the folks at home, I mean, Shane was P18 30 minutes ago in a GT3 car and had to clear GT4 traffic to get back up into the runnings, and now he's running P11. So that just goes to show you what persistence under this level of stress in these kinds of conditions, what that can mean for turning your race around. Looking at the times in GT4, Robert Lewis has cleared Vercosa by about 8 seconds now. Also looking through the data. Engelman is still in the pits. I hope that's not terminal for the car. Pit stop at 2:30. Oh, you would have better luck in the rain with the Maka. Oh yeah, Chris also highlighting the fact that Shane Rees battling back from P18 to P11 after recovering from pneumonia. It's ridiculous. So with us getting close to that first hour mark, Eric, what do you think so far of the 4 hours of Bathurst?
It's been an adventure. We knew it was going to be. I'm astronomically impressed at Whitehead's performance so far.
Yeah.
Very interested to see what driver number 2 has in store. Because when it comes to endurance, it's not just about the first driver, unless you are an animal like Beltan is, and just an absolute beast. So I'm very interested to see how the second string of drivers come into play.
Yeah.
Are they equally competitive, more or less? How's that going to play into the overall race?
That's kind of where I'm at too. Like Luke's gonna have to hand the car over to Blaine. Blaine's quick though. Blaine is super quick. Honda's super fast around here. I think even with them not having a true wet weather setup, I feel like the Honda's performing very well in the wet. Kostovich is going to get Mike Jackson in the car. I'm ready to see what Mike can do. And then Quinn Smith, man, soloing for Madhouse Racing in the Lexus is just legendary. And he's hanging with Coasty. Like he was not that far off of Coasty the last time I looked. Let me double check though, because I do see that his last lap was a bit off the pace. I wonder if there could have been plain saying I'm literally dead weight. And if anybody believes that, Blaine, be sure and send them my way. I have a bridge to sell them. Because I don't believe you for a second.
So it looks like we're getting some notes from the live stewards. There's a 10-second penalty for car number 22 for the incident.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
At the same time, going into the back end of the car, it's maintaining that level of track awareness, maintaining that level of safety is critical in these kinds of conditions. That said, that penalty is going to give anyone around them a little bit of an advantage. But again, folks, we've got 3 hours and 11 minutes in this race. Like 5 seconds, that's washout delta. That's nothing. So it's gonna definitely compromise them in terms of track position, but I don't feel like it's going to compromise much of anything in terms of race. It's going to be, but that's true for all the penalties that we're dealing with right now. You get nailed. Oh, actually, I'm seeing it tick back up. I'm seeing a 10-second penalty. So again, any of the penalties that you could see in an endurance race, what that's about is losing overall time, which is a pretty big deal because you can't get it back. Losing track position, which also could be challenging. But 30 seconds in the span of 4 hours is not a lot of time to lose. And making sure that you can be consistent and not get any more losses is going to be the trick. And from what I've seen from Willis, he races people pretty hard and pretty close. Conditions start to dry out a little bit. I think he could be a bit of a monster in that 22.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm frankly quite surprised that he had made that mistake. It's not very often you see something like that from him, but unfortunate. It happens. It's the rain. It's racing, and it's very unfortunate for CB, who was the subject to the late braking, unfortunately, and had to dive into the pits. But hopefully they can use some strategic maneuvers to really get themselves some position back.
So while we are watching Coasty move through the traffic, so Quinn has lost a little bit of ground to Coasty, but he's not too far out of reach. Let's talk a little bit about for the folks at home what's in store for more racing from Trackalicious Sim Racing. So you guys have the Sunday League. Do you guys have a race tomorrow, or are you off?
We
Like, what's on the calendar for you guys?
we take on the endurance weeks we have an off week for GT3 Cup and GT4 to give the guys a bit of break and time to practice for the main event here.
Gotcha. And that's pretty cool. I'm looking forward to watching some more Sunday racing. Now that I also know that my bay, Mr. Danny Baisden, is going to be racing with you guys in Area 52 colors. I'm looking forward to that.
Oh yeah, really excited about that addition. I think he's gonna bring some spice to the front of the field. There are a couple of guys really battling for the top spot in both the drivers and constructors championship. So Danny coming in is gonna be an interesting mix for the league, for the championship. As you know, 1 or 2 points could make the difference for who wins.
Yeah, you
Hoping.
guys over in Trackalicious have some really solid drivers too. I'm hoping they're gonna shake up the Area 52 boys a bit, give them a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, why don't you tell us a little bit about what 949's got coming up?
So we've got the 949 GT Sprint Series is going to kick off. Round one's going to be on Thursday. We're doing Laguna. This season in Series 7, we've mixed up the format a little bit. We're still doing our bread and butter 1-hour GT sprints, but then we're also sprinkling in new for this season, kind of going to test out the doubleheader formula that you guys have perfected over in the GT4s and do a couple of doubleheader races in GT3 because I think that's going to be fun for everybody. And then we do still have our midpoint race, the Pit Precision event at, I believe it's Alton Park right now, but that's subject to change depending on how many people we actually maintain in the splits going forward. The Pit Precision event is kind of similar to what you guys are doing right now. It's a multi-stop race. It's still an hour-long sprint, but we are forcing 2 mandatory pit stops. We pick a small, tight circuit for that kind of race because track position is critical. And I'm interested to see what the drivers can do this season. We had over 50 people sign up inside of 6 days for Series 7, and I think we ended up with 60, like a little over 60 by the end of it. So I'm pretty excited. Actually, I think it was 58. Now that I think about
58
it, because
drivers?
yeah, 58 drivers. So
Wow.
2 splits. We're going to be running 2 splits on Thursdays at 7. So should be a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
I was actually thinking Shy Guys in chat. I need to like once I get back into doing some sim racing and stuff like that, I need to ping him and maybe we need to get a 949 commentary team in the Sunday GT3s. Although he races with some folks from the GT3 Sprint Series as well, the Karimba Bimba Motorsports crew, and they're pretty quick too. I wonder if we can maybe get some of those guys interested in looking at the Sunday series.
Yeah, it seems like you guys have a pretty solid crew running out there, and I know for a fact that you have an extremely competitive grid, so looking forward to watching your races.
Yeah, I love it. I love the fact that we've got like really strong people in the GT3 Sprint Series, and then I also like the fact that it's like for me, it was really hard to kind of like come off that racing high on Thursday nights after we get done with like a 1-hour sprint. But the fact that you guys have got that 9 p.m. time slot with the GT4s, like it gives me a perfect stream to hand off to, perfect action to watch. So I'm super excited about that, and I hope we can kind of keep that pattern going forward because that, I mean, me being selfish, I just like doing it that way.
I mean, I do love having these back-to-backs. I hop on the Twitch stream, watch you guys a little bit before I hop on and do my practice session. So I do like watching to see what's going on there. And if it wasn't for the fact that I just don't have time to scratch my nose, I would have loved to start taking part in your series as well. So hopefully we'll be able to do that one day.
Absolutely. Maybe someday in the future we can get a TSR 949 commentary car out there on track for one of these driver swap events. But that could
Ooh.
be pretty fun. I just want you to know that if you're looking for somebody that knows how to push a grocery cart fast, I'm your guy. Put me behind the wheel of an automobile, though, different story.
Uh,
Looking at the timesheets right now, I'm focused in. So we've got I have Besnard right now, who's currently a lap down on leaders. Actually, I think he's still on the lead lap, just now coming across the line in fourth. Willis is in the background. He's got that 10-second penalty, but I'm looking at Coasty and I'm looking at Quinn Smith, because Quinn Smith has started to close it down a little bit closer to Coasty, and we're getting close to that magical pit stop window, that first pit stop window. I wonder how that's going to shake out.
uh, and we do see CB making up some time, getting closer to green in the McLaren there, the 805 McLaren. So making it back up through the field here, showing his continued pace after the unfortunate incident. So he's, I think he's gonna make his way back up. I have
Yeah.
confidence in these guys.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, man, we got basically what is like a normal SRO sprint left for this race. So we got a 3-hour street fight on some of the prettiest road circuits in the world. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it continues. Looking at Green right now, who is under siege from CB, going into the chase right now. CB is just squirming in the background, giving I think Green a little bit of pressure. Pressure's good. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? Isn't that what they say?
Assuming it doesn't kill you.
Yeah. Yes.
Now,
Yeah.
what's interesting is, as we see rain minus, as we enter the pit window, are these guys going to wait till the last minute to see what the weather is going to do and how it plays out to get a better setup with the driver swap?
If it were me, like if I were running strategy for a team or something like that right now, I would probably pit early. Pit on wet weather, because the thing is that if you need to course correct as the track starts to transition, it's easier if you build time into your decisions rather than leave time on the table. And what do I mean by that? Let's pick somebody who hasn't taken a pit stop already and use them as an example. Let's say I'm going to turn off my autopilot real quick, and because you got the picture-in-picture still pulled up. For me, I'm going to swap over here to Quinn Smith, for example. Quinn Smith right now hasn't taken a pit stop yet. If he tries to push to the edge of his pit stop requirement to pit, he's then under the gun to make a decision, because he's given himself limited time. We know the rain is decreasing over the next 13 minutes. If he decides, I'm going to take a gamble and I'm going to switch to the dry tires, hoping that 13 minutes from now the rain decreases enough that the track isn't greasy anymore, he might have made a miscalculation and it could end in tears. If he pits early, pits on the wets, he's got time built into the end of the race to where if he needs to course correct, make a tire change in the mid-stint, he's already got that time built in. That's just me personally. That's the way I look at it.
So as we say that, we see that 10 minutes goes to continued lighter rain. So we got rain minus at 3 minutes, and then just continued, I can't speak apparently, continued lesser rain at 10 minutes.
Yeah, so I think what we're going to see now is we're going to see the rain itself start to decrease. The track is going to hit that crossover point where the amount of rain that's falling on the ground and the cars driving around on the dry line is going to make it to where the wet tires are going to start to get hot. And when that happens, drivers are going to have to start getting off that dry line to cool these tires down. But the thing about Mount Panorama, especially in the mountain section, is where do you do that where you don't compromise your corner entry or your turn grip, your mechanical grip to the point where you end up sliding into the wall. Shane died at the chase. Oh man, that's a shame. Let's look. Let me take a look and see, because I'm not on autopilot anymore. So Provolone's in the pits. Provolone's actually, I think, P2 for class.
He is.
In the pits. Looks like he's going in for his pit stop. So Shane Rees tumbles back down to P16. But he's back out on track already. And the car actually does not look that bad. And Shane is a pretty quick driver, so I'm imagining he's probably going to make up some more positions in short order. So he was P18 and he got to P17. He can do it again. Or P18 and he got to P11. He can do it again. So.
And looks like Smith's made some time to Coasty with within a second of Coasty here.
I'm so excited to see these guys go at it. I love it. I love it. So Provolone's back out on track. I just love this game engine. It looks so good. Watching these cars get ready to go into Quarry Bend on my camera. So looks like Coasty does make it around, but it does look like Provolone just kicks it to the outside and gives a nice ushering gesture motion to Quinn Smith to get on with it and get around me.
And you know, we've seen an incident or two so far, but I want to express and reiterate how I think all of the drivers have been so respectful, especially the GT4 guys, making sure that, and the back markers, making sure that you know, the guys ahead fighting for position in the lead in the top tier of the race here are given the opportunity and not held back. So just really nice to see. You know, something that could be lacking at times in the public lobbies, and what makes these leagues and these communities so special.
Indeed, and I just like watching you guys do your thing. Oh wow, looking at Whitehead, you can definitely tell the rain is starting to decrease. He just pumped in a 207 in the Honda, so he's starting to time travel. He's going to be gone if these guys in the Lexus don't figure out how to make their foot heavier. But going in the chase right now, Coasty is got the Madhouse Lexus all over him.
I am wondering whether these guys are starting to get their, as we see no rain in 10 minutes. Wow, this is really interesting. Now, if I'm not mistaken, they can't wait that long to pit. I believe there's a pit driver swap limit in terms of time, and it's an in-game thing where if you go a second over, you're gonna get a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, I believe so. We're about at that mark where, actually, Coasty may be flirting. Coasty and Quinn may be flirting with danger.
Right.
Lane's getting in the car here in a second, so it looks like Whitehead's about to pit and swap in Mr. Blaine Hall. Going up into the mountain section right now. I'm focused in on this fight with Coasty and Quinn as they're going up the mountain. So what I suspect is they're going to come around, and it's going to be get to the pits.
Right, and hopefully they don't get penalized, because it is a time limit on the driver swap. So curious to know what that was set up to. Is Josh Willis, who's our community server manager, has set things up for us here. But Quinn looking quite aggressive and making up some good time into the mountain. Still really close, within a half a second. Expect he's going to get a decent draft down the straight here. I'm in car with Quinn. This is, I mean, I'm literally on the edge of my seat.
Interesting, they're staying out. So
Yeah.
in terms of driver stint timer, it might be longer than normally you see 65 minutes. It might be longer than that. Seeing the Lexus on the 949 break a little bit of traction on mid corner. That's something that you can run into sometimes with the Lexus, I find, but that's one of the things that I love about it. That's why it's my favorite car to drive in the game, because it's the front engine car that I can actually get to rotate mid corner. So could be Costy's just using that to a little bit of his advantage.
I'm gonna hop into one of the chats here and see what the stint timer is. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. So yeah, we're still focused in on the fight between Quinn Smith in the 999 for Madhouse and Joseph Kostovich. And going through the mountain section right now, looks like Coasty is able to hold off Quinn just a little bit in the mountain section, but then they hit the straightaways on the back half of Sector 3 and in Sector 1. I say that now, and Coasty either had a mistake in McPhillamy Park or something, because Quinn just closed the gap down really quick, and he's right in Coasty's rear view as they go into Forest Elbow.
Oh my gosh, he cannot be closer than that.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. He is now in primo draft land. Whitehead's in the pits.
Coasty doing a bit of the left and right to maybe break some draft or cool their tires. I don't know which one, but
I think it's probably a little bit of both, given the fact that we're seeing a decrease in rain. So Quinn showing him the nose on the inside of the chase, but just more trying to probably pressure a mistake than to actually do something. And they're both going into the pits. So this fight is going to be all the way right up to the pit line. This is exciting stuff. This is exciting stuff.
who can execute the pit better?
Oh man, I might turn off autopilot and just like sit here and watch these two, and just see like who's gonna do the pit stop. So in terms of pit position pole, let's see who's got the closer box. Looks like Quinn's got the advantage in that respect. So Coasty looks like he went straight up. Quinn looks like he's straight up.
Oh, I'm on wing cam on Coasty here. Looking back, or sorry, Quinn, looking back to see who's gonna get down first. I've never been so excited watching cars do nothing. They're both down.
Oh, I think Coasty just had a little bit of an advantage on coming into the pits first. They both basically executed their pit stops at about the same rate, and they come out into traffic. So they cycle through, and this fight's just going to keep going.
So who do we have on here now? So Jackson, looks like Quinn hopped back into the...
Oh, he's soloing it. He's soloing 4 hours of Bathurst
right.
in the wet. And Mike Jackson, Papa Kame, for folks that are fans of Sakame on Twitch, he hasn't been sim racing in a while, but this is Sakame's dad in the car now. Mike Jackson used to race NASCAR midgets, I think. He backs off of it and lets Quinn go.
I mean, there are some advantages and some disadvantages of soloing, and the advantage being you're already warmed up. I mean, he's going to have the same pace while Papa Kame warms up and really finds himself in the wet here.
Well, the other thing is, too, is this crew had a bit of a a problem getting into the server at the start. I wonder if Mike Jackson is coming into this a little bit cold. Like, might not have even turned a lap in the car yet, and it's wet conditions, Bathurst, and he's already in the mix-up. So he might have just let Quinn go to use Quinn either as a reference point or to try and just get a little bit of a just following along. The 535 dives for the pit. So does the McLaren, the Absolute Racing McLaren behind. So Vivacious plays racing game, likes racing, but doesn't play ACC too much. It is, in my opinion, like the best GT racing you can get on the internet, like easily. Like, I'm a fan of iRacing. iRacing is my main sim, but when it comes to GT3 and GT4 racing, like ACC's just got the formula down. Like, it's just
Yeah, and just catching up a little bit here. Just want to thank SWWR Gaming for the host. Appreciate it. Dan Locke for the follow. Vince the Gamer for the follow. And Riley Manier, thanks for the continued sub, man. Really appreciate it.
So Mike Jackson is trying to get his sea legs about him in the rain. Oh, man. So the rain has stopped completely. So the track is going to dry out. And people that are on wet weather tires are going to start to struggle. You know what? I bet that's what it is. Hang on.
Oh, Smith loses it in Skyline.
Yep. And that is exactly what I was thinking was about to happen. I'm wondering if... So Mike Jackson is on dry tires. Quinn is on dry tires. So Quinn and Mike Jackson both trying to nurse these dry tires through the drying period on track. So for the folks at home that are watching, if you were looking for yet another opportunity to say, well, Cakes is an idiot, now's that time. Because it looks like these guys waited till the very last minute to swap over onto the dries. And could you have planned that out any better, guys? At Trackalicious, making it like right on the pit stop boundary. That was good timing. That's off.
As long as one of us ends up being right, I think it's okay, right?
Yep. That's 50%.
Yeah.
That's 50%.
I mean,
and 50% in baseball is actually like historic batting average. So, yeah.
I mean, as the comment team, as the shopping cart pushers, let's call it.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
I feel like when one's wrong and one's right, we're right.
Yep. 50% of the time, we're right every time.
Every time.
All right, so let's look. So Quinn, after that spin, looks like he's starting to drive off just a little bit. I want to take a look at the field though, and see. I'm going to switch back over to the main broadcast cam because I want to look at the relatives.
Oh, so and as I switch over to Aaron Freeze, pirouetting into Skyline as well. Oh, and it's really rough. He's sliding all the way down the hill now. It doesn't look like he's got much control over his car. That's unbelievable. Looks like these guys are risking it going into the dries, and it's just a bit too early. You know, you might still have been right.
I mean, I'll take it. You know, anytime I'm right, I'll take it. Like, I'm following along. And so we got dry conditions. The track is damp. It's out of that greasy phase. It is 29 degrees on track, so it's a little bit cooler than what these guys were doing in free practice and qualifying, but not by a lot. So pressure levels on dry tires. But the trick is they're going to want to put in probably a little bit more pressure given the fact that the track itself is wet. And driving over wet spots is going to cool down the tires.
This is not looking pretty for Aaron Free and Josh Willis, the winners of the previous endurance.
Yeah, that is tricky. I wonder if he's got some, like, I don't know if I wasn't watching. Oh, Quinn's off track. Willis is off track.
That's heartbreaking.
Oh wow, yeah, something happened. Oh, he's in the somebody's in the wall. Is that Aaron or is that Shane Rees?
Well,
Oh, that's Aaron Free.
yeah,
Yeah,
Aaron
Aaron
Free.
Free. I don't know if he hit like hydroplaned or what, but
He pirouetted in Skyline,
yeah,
full 360 spin. Just managed to catch that as
he
we
has
hopped in.
hit he has hit the wall so hard that it has broken the front light on the front left light on the car. I think he's got to. I think he's got to park it. Yeah, I think he's got to. I think he's got to take it in and get it repaired. He's
Definitely.
gonna definitely have a meatball flag.
And
So
they're
Mike
in.
Jackson's starting to gain on Quinn now. The gap has gone down from 2.3. Well, now it's going back up. So it's kind of like ping ponging around between 2.5 to 1.5 seconds.
And that's unfortunate for the black Porsche here, as Willis and Free were up to, I think, fourth place at one
Oh
point.
no! Quinn didn't have anywhere to go, and there was a sideways Porsche on the track. That is unfortunate.
Gosh.
Oh man, I feel like these guys that took the gamble on the dry tires are getting it hard. But at the same time too, to be fair to them, the conditions are already damp. There's no rain in the forecast. Like, it is just going to be tricky to navigate. Now, Quinn Smith is going to try and nurse this car back to the pits, get it up on the jacks, get it serviced as best he can, because if he can get back out on track with, I mean, even like a minute of repairs, like, I mean, we've still got 2 hours and 42 minutes left in this race.
Right.
So he is just trying to get around the track as gingerly as possible. And he's off track. I don't know if he's going to be able to get that back on track in a way. Yep, he is. Okay, so yeah, he turned that corner at going into McPhillamy Park, and there was a sideways Porsche. He had nowhere to go.
And this is where we see that chance, that luck, that anything can happen situation. Papa Kame, Mike Jackson, a little bit down on pace compared to Quinn, but he just had the fortune of being out of trouble. So now he's going to be a lap, 2 laps ahead that could last him the entire, or keep his lead through the entire stint.
Yeah, and Quinn's going into the pits right now. He's probably going to take a look and see what the damage is. Got a spun GT4 car.
That looks like it was, would have been
What happened there?
Beachley? No, Beachley's Taylor? That's the Provolone car. Oh, Tanner Masters. Looks like it was Tanner Masters in Provolone's car.
Changing conditions at Bathurst, man. First we were talking about how the rain was going to catch people out. Now we're talking about how the dry is catching people out.
And we
So
have
Quinn's
1, 2,
up on
3,
jacks.
4, 5, 6 cars in the pits right now doing repairs.
Yeah, this is where it's going to be all about. This is going to be all about testing your mettle as a driver.
Yeah, and
Drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane, car 22. That's unfortunate.
Oh boy.
That's probably that. You know what that is also probably? It's probably that. I mean, the car was probably nigh on undrivable.
The limiter should still work though.
Limiter should still work. I mean, the thing that we had happen in the 949 GT Sprint Series qualification race yesterday was a driver accidentally turned the car off. And when you switch the car off instead of hitting the pit limiter, like, you don't have a pit limiter when the car's off. Like, it is 950 getting a stop go in the pit lanes. So penalties and damage is starting to become a factor. Quinn Smith's still in the pits. I hope Quinn can get that car back out, man. He was just so good. Like, it'd be a shame to see him go. He's dropped back to 4th place.
If there's one thing I could say, is that don't quit, guys. You have over half the race left, and as you can see, anything can happen.
Yeah. So he's passing the 2-minute mark on pit stop. That's going to be for, like, a good chunk of that's going to be for tires and fuel. And then I imagine there's a significant chunk of it that's going to be for repairs. And it depends, like the way he took a shot like that, he's going to have to probably take. He's definitely going to have to take suspension repairs. But I'm betting he's also taking aero as well. There's Mastachero going through the chase right now. So the Naps 44 P6. He was 2 laps down. Quinn Smith is off the jacks and heading back out. I think he might stay in front of the Naps, Aston. Just gonna have to wait and see. Yeah, he does. He does. So Quinn's now 2 minutes. Well, 2 minutes 40 ahead of the 44.
Well, it's been a while since
Mhm.
we've really talked about the leaders in the race, but what a race that they're running right now.
Oh, for sure. The T Swift Army in the 789 AMG is just keeping it together, man. Just consistent, no drama. Here, let me find them on track. I just want to highlight that beautiful pink bombshell of a car.
Maybe the secret was a pink car at Bathurst, because both our lead cars in both GT3 and GT4 just so happen to be pink.
I mean, I'm looking at that car, and it looks like it has seen better days from like a road grime perspective, but it does look like the T-Swizz AMG. And I'm really surprised, like in the GT4 doubleheader, that there are not more AMGs, or in the GT4 series you guys got going, that there are not more AMGs. Like AMG to me is a very underrated GT4 car. That said, Chronotis just putting in work. So Robert Lowe's going to have to serve that stop go. That's going to probably put him in the clutches of Team Masters in the 82.
So looks like we have some more penalties coming through from the stewards. 535 stop and go 30 for an unsafe rejoin after the crash. Did not hold on to their brakes as there were more cars coming, so that's unfortunate. Given a bit of a penalty there, but looks like the stewards are
And that
looking
was
into a
the
couple of incidents here.
car that Quinn went into. So that's unfortunate. If you've got the helm, sir, I'm going to run for a quick restroom break and get some more coffee. I will be right back.
Sure thing. So, looking at the leaders here, Blaine Hall with a commanding lead. I think there's about a minute lead to second place with Papakami and Kosovic in the 949 car. That's a 56-second lead. That's quite the performance. This is really, really impressive from these guys. Let's look through the grid here and see what we have. So, Mike Jackson in second place in the 949 Lexus. And 16 seconds behind, AG, 537 Porsche. Fourth place, the 999 Quinn Smith. We saw a bit of a mistake from Quinn here just a couple of minutes ago, but also unfortunately being caught up in an incident with the 535 car. Fortunately, he's back out, not too far behind, but he does have some work to. And as he makes another mistake, gets into the curb. Oh no! I mean, you just can't catch a break these days. Masachero coming in, not able to avoid the accident there. Unbelievable. And then, was that Mascara? It looked like it could have been another GT4 car potentially. Just looking through the list here to try and see who that was. But that's unfortunate. So Quinn had to go in for another pit stop, another repair. I wonder if it's going to drop him down. But looks like the Mascaras are running a pretty decent race here in their Aston Martin. Then rolling down to Petrovic's, or Petrovich, whichever way. I apologize if I'm saying your name incorrectly here. In the other GT3 Aston, running in 6th place. Jake Quid hopping in the Absolute McLaren for Absolute Sim Racing, coming up to 7th place. Now up to 6th, as Smith is still in the pits. Becco in 8th place with the Nesquik Aston. There's quite a few Astons running today, so that's impressive. I wonder if there's a balance of performance advantage at Mount Panorama for the Aston, but love that livery. Brings back childhood memories for me, I'm sure for a bunch of you guys as well. As we see Aaron Free down in 9th place. Couple of mistakes from Aaron. Unfortunately, big damage for him, but has since repaired. And I'm sure these guys are going to put down some good lap times to start making their way up the grid again. As he starts getting pretty close to Quid over there, but it looks like they're probably a couple of laps down. Then going into the GT4s, with Kernotis in the lead with teammate Jarek Schneider. Down to Shane Rees in an out of position GT3 car. Hey, thanks for the follow, Mike Plays. Appreciate you joining us. I hope you guys are enjoying the race here with 2 hours and 30 minutes to go. So still quite some time left for these guys to make up positions for the mistakes that they've made, or potentially make some more mistakes. So hopefully not. Going down into 13th place, Tanner Masters, Beltan, Robert Lewis in 14th, Vercosa in 15th, Jordan Taylor potentially, Jay Taylor in 16th place. Again, out of position Porsche there, and Beachley in the Dying Lizard Aston. So quite the mix of the grid. Hall maintaining a good lead, and Jackson trying to make up some time here. So we'll see how these guys shape up in the couple of laps to come, in the hour to come, and see if there's anything that'll get mixed up as we have sunshine out in Mount Panorama coming, going over the rain that we had earlier today. As the temperature is 24 degrees and 28 on track, and it is 5 p.m. So we'll be rolling into some night racing not too long from now. So let's see how the guys cope with the varying situations out on track, and as the temperatures drop, we'll see if there's any fun that comes out of that with the temperatures changing and the tire pressures and temps being all over the place.
All right, Eric, I'm back with you. I was just watching this this train of cars going through the mountain right now. I got the GT4 Camaro of Vercosa, and now we've got what is that? The Absolute Racing McLaren, Jay Willis, and Shane Rees. This train is really tight going into the chase right now.
Yeah, we actually had another spin from Smith.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, he was up in 4th place, down to 8th now. Did a little bit of a walk through the grid, and noticing that it's 5:14 p.m. local time with a 3-time multiplier, so we could see the shadows being cast, and we're going to be rolling into night. It's as if rain wasn't enough. We're going to have some dark panorama racing here coming up soon. So stay with us. Had another follower from Leg R. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, I feel bad for Quinn, man. He is super quick in that Madhouse Lexus. But that said, two and a half hours left. He's 3 laps down. I just want to look in relation to in the data right now. I want to see where he is in being partially out of position for a driver of his caliber. I kind of want to see what he's looking at in terms of positioning. So it does look like he is actually not that far off of the drivers in front of him. Actually, I want to close my graph down just a little bit. Take a look at the positions in front of him. Oh yeah, he's definitely not that far off. Does look like we had one more car claimed, or is that, am I reading that wrong? We've got 17 on track right now in the overall. Oh, so no, it's still Alan Andrews and Shy Guy that are out. So Beachley's good to the regs, Quinn's good to the regs. So Quinn, what could be interesting with the dry weather conditions being a factor right now, Eric? Take into consideration his drive timer. Basically leave his tires on, but push for fuel stops only from here on out to the end of the race.
Ooh.
Could be interesting.
I don't know if he's going to be able to do that with the temperatures going down.
Could be. We'll have to see, but it'll be interesting.
He could limit. So rather than everyone else doing two tire changes, he could do one. I could see that happening and still gain gain a strategic advantage there with his pit stops out of the way for sure. But staying in the same tires all the way through, that's going to be tough. I mean, with worn tires, cooler temperatures, and having seen that, I mean, he seems like an incredible driver, but has succumbed to errors with varying conditions. So I'm not sure if he's going to be able to keep the car on track with that much variability.
Yeah, and even with the repairs and stuff like that, he might be dealing with a little bit of damage, but we'll see. I'm looking. That's my driver to watch right now is Quinn Smith. Good to the regs, 17 seconds back from Becco. Yeah, I'm just interested to see where he ends up. I'm watching Shane Rees right now in the 948, driving through the field like a man possessed. He just cleared Jay Quid in the number 3 at Hell Corner, getting, even for a blue flag, being really aggressive and throwing it up the inside of Hell Corner. Beltan going into Skyline. It looks like it's the 22. That's Josh Willis and... is that Aaron Free? Or Andrew Free?
Aaron
Am I saying
Free.
that? Aaron Free. I had it right the first time. Should trust myself. Going into Forest Elbow right now. So Willis and Shane, not really racing each other, but Shane's just trying to make up ground he's already lost as best he can. Ooh, Shane throws it up the inside into the chase. Super aggressive, shows him the nose, but decides not to pursue it.
You know, I'm surprised by the Free Willis car. I haven't known Aaron to be a guy that makes mistakes, and to have seen him do that is I'm tempted to say that there's something fishy about the setup. Maybe they got their...
There's something fishy about the setup, but keep in mind, like, Mount Panorama is, like, you've got 2 very brief breaks at the end of Sector 3 and Sector 1, but then it's just relentless. Turn to the left, turn to the right. You know, try and hit your braking marks here. Don't miss your braking marks there. Deal with the traffic. It just, that kind of thing over the span of an hour, you could lose concentration pretty easily. Mike Jackson in the 949 Lexus. I'm waiting for the app to update. Give me an idea of where he's positioned at on track in relation to Blaine Hall.
We're being requested to switch over to the battle. Trying to see. Closest one on track is Becco and Quid right now.
Echo and Quid, you say?
Yeah, they're within a second and a half of each other.
Interesting. I'm gonna go pop over there. And what we can do is, I got the helicopter cam pulled up, and you can just float on whatever and make a nice, pretty show for everybody at home.
Yeah, so we have Free in the front with Reese, I believe, a lap down. And then let me see what else is going on here. Yeah, it looks like Reese is making up time to Free, being a lap down, and then you have Quid, who is a lap up, and Becco also a lap up, but both fighting for position together.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting with this bunch. Because Shane wants to get around Free. He wants to be let go so that he can unlap himself and then also try and see if he can unlock some pace. Because I'm looking at Shane Ree's last lap, 208.747. And Aaron Free had a 208.949. Appreciate that, Aaron. Take the free advertising wherever I can get it. But yeah. And then Quid over here, just trying to keep it together in front of Becco. Becco's last lap was a 207.686. Quid was a 209.417. So Becco definitely has some pace in the Nesquik Aston. The mountain is just so punishing, Grim Reaper. You are not wrong.
And that's Josh Willis in the black Porsche there.
We definitely had setup issues, just way too stiff for the wet weather, so hopefully we get some time back in the dry. Indeed, man. Indeed, man.
Oh, and Free, as he says that, Free, another spin. And that's a hit for Quid. I think Becco was far enough back to avoid the collision, but looks like Quid's got quite a bit of damage. Just letting Becco by. That is, in the words of our commentators, you hate to see it.
Oh, absolutely. So Quid's just trying to nurse the car around. Yeah, unfortunately, Quid and the ASR McLaren Glossy dealing with I bet he's got suspension damage. That's why he's moving so slow, because if he tries to apply too much, walls of hell. Yeah, you're not wrong. But the John Quid is just trying to get this thing to the pit box as safely as he can. I just want to look at the timetable real quick. Who does Quid have in the car with him? T Green. Oh no. Into the kink at the chase, and I don't know what happened there. Wow. Quid's car is pretty damaged. Who was that in the Porsche in there as well? Ollie G in the Bro and Bro 357 was P3. That's the Besnard Ollie G. Now it looks like Besnard, looks like the 357 did get out of that car accident with a little bit less in the way of damage.
I mean, this is why we were saying to not quit earlier. They were running what, 8th, 9th place and are up into 3rd now.
Yeah. It is it's crazy how the field is shuffling around so much. But yeah, it does look like Ollie G does have a little bit of damage. I think it was a bit more of a glancing blow for him, but the problem is with the suspension damage that Quid had on the car, it was just broken. Like he is just struggling to get the car around the corner without hitting somebody.
We
That's
got
unfortunate.
we got a Jay Taylor fan here looking for a win or a good position.
He's got some ground to cover, but you got 2 hours left of racing practically.
Yeah.
And as we can see from the way the field's been shuffled around, anything's possible.
Yeah, going over to the 535 in 16th place overall. Where are we with the in-class position? We are
2-minute 12. Like Becco just did a 2:15. Like Becco just did a 2:15. So I think it's all a matter of just just being consistent, trying to get the car around safely, get the car home. Peachley in that 747 has had some body work done, and that livery is now looking primo.
Yep. Back looking spick and span for sure. So
It's almost like in a video game they can work miracles. It's kind of weird, right?
wait, you're saying you could spin, crash into a wall, and then get back on track?
In a fresh car. It's amazing, right?
Right.
Oh, dude. But isn't this hobby so awesome? Isn't this engine great? Isn't what we're seeing on track with these guys battling awesome? And the fact that we get to do this and talk about it with people in chat on the internet, you can't beat it.
Yeah, and you know what? I want to shout out to everyone that's on the stream right now. I appreciate you guys jumping on. Without you, there wouldn't be us. So we appreciate you joining and making this a fun place to be.
Yeah, I mean, you got 36 people tuned in right now watching. Big crowd, big thanks. You guys are awesome. This is some good stuff.
I wanna hear from you guys. Who are you guys cheering on? Who are we trying to see the win from?
I mean, for me right now, more than anything, I just want to see. I don't know if the win's in the card for Quinn Smith, but I want to see where he ends up now. I like it when you see a comeback story, and he is 9.2 seconds back from Becco, and in terms of pace, he's still pumping out decently timed laps. So.
Yeah, it looks like he had a slow lap in the previous one. Must have run into some traffic or an issue somewhere. But in terms of best pace, he's about 3 seconds a lap faster than Becco. So I expect that he's going to be catching up real quick here.
Yeah.
Let's see. So it looks like
Aston's in the pits. We've got so many cars that are good to the regs on pit stops, and we're not even halfway.
Right. That transition from wet to dry just, I mean, that was rough. Yeah. I think they were being a bit ambitious in trying to. Maybe they could have extended their stint a little bit longer. So I did hop into the VC with the guys. So it was a 75-minute stint timer, which means they could have waited another 5 minutes with relatively low risk. Getting into the 7-minute mark would have been extremely risky, but at 5 minutes, I think that could have been just enough to tip them over the scale where it would have been safer to put the dry tires on.
So it looks like Willis is saying he's interested in the Mastachero brothers, and their consistency could put them on the top. And let me tell you, if you want to find a car that's looking pretty clean in terms of no scrapes or scuffs, that 44 Aston is looking pretty good right now. It's got a little bit of road grime on the wheel wells and stuff like that, but I'm not seeing much in the way of damage. So if they can minimize their time loss, have decent pace, execute on their strategy, they're looking pretty. They're looking like they're really well positioned for this one.
Yeah.
That said, Blaine Hall, 48 laps. That Honda has not been. There hasn't been a moment when that Honda hasn't been in the lead of this race.
Yeah, their consistency, their strategy, their pace has been unreal. clearly second to none.
Yeah.
And just a quick shout out to Thrasher Live and Boss Pat 121. Thanks for the follows, guys. Welcome. Glad to have you here. As we see Ali G coming in from, they're around 9th place earlier on in the race up into podium. Keeping themselves out of trouble and driving some consistent laps.
Looking at the data right now with Blaine Hall and Mike Jackson, and their pace is pretty comparable. I'm seeing an average of a 209.895 for Jackson and a 208.653. So Blaine Hall does have a little bit of a pace advantage. And it does look like with the state of the transition of the track that the cars themselves are not really starting to set like blistering times, even though the track looks relatively dry.
Yeah, it is still in green condition though, so that might be what's happening. So as they keep going around the track, I expect that they're going to get rubbered in a little bit more, get up to optimal, and then start seeing some blistering times from these guys.
Man, wouldn't it be something if we get that start of the race in the wet? It's dried out, and then if we're lucky enough for it to be dry until the very end of the race in the dark, you'll have seen it all. You'll have the wet weather, you'll have the dry weather, you'll have the day racing, you'll have the night racing. It's what more could you ask for in 4 hours at Mount Panorama?
Really, not much else. We've had the drama in the mid pack here in GT3. I mean, being extremely selfish, the only thing that I would want for is more cars, more drivers. I mean, you guys can see, if for those who've joined us and aren't currently a part of the race, this is some crazy exciting stuff. And if you're looking for an endurance league season race to join, the TRACKILICIOUS 949 Endurance Series is absolutely something to hop into. We do have one more race remaining this season, which is the 8 hours of Silverstone. Yeah, so that's going to be an exciting one. I expect there's going to be some weather variability there as well, considering it's England. So, yeah, definitely hop in, check it out. Check it out at the 949 Discord and the TRACKILICIOUS Sim Racing Discord. Love to host more people in this race. As you guys well know, the more drivers we have on track, the more exciting it gets.
Yeah, and I think with a track like Silverstone, I think if you got like 25, like I would say probably 25, 30 drivers on Silverstone, that is like perfect for the size of that track. But yeah, we got 2 hours, 11 minutes, 7 seconds. I'm watching Beachley, who's trying to move up the field in the GT4 class down to P17 right now, hitting the cutting. There's CB. CB, unfortunately, dropping down to 11th, was at one point in this race 3rd. So bad luck hitting the 805. But CB's back in the car, and he's been pretty quick. So we're going to see if he can move up the field. He's got another GT4 car in Chronotis in front of him, and then Shane Rees. Shane Rees probably going to unlap himself again on Aaron Free, because it looks like Aaron Free's in the pits. Just looking at the field as well. Quinn Smith's moved up. I believe he is now in 5th. Last lap from Quinn Smith, fastest man on the track, 2:05.1. So he is in range to, actually he has the fastest lap of the race with a 2:04.4.
Right.
So Quinn Smith in the 999 for Madhouse Racing is like a bullet right now.
I expect, another one to watch out for is CB here. He's at a 2:04.3, so blistering pace. I think he's going to make a couple of positions towards the end of the race, assuming that they don't run into more issues.
Yeah. So with the track starting to dry out, we're starting to get some rubber down. The sun's going to start going down, so the track's going to get a little bit cooler. I think when these guys switch over into those cool weather tires for that last, I want to say, hour of the race and stuff like that, we're going to see some pretty quick laps for the drivers that are in clean air. And I'm looking forward to that. There's Blaine Hall. He's got Beltan in front of him. Beltan gets over and out of the way. Slots back into the draft. That PPR Honda, the 217, has not been a moment. There's not been a moment on this mountain when that car has not been the dominant force setting the stage for this race.
Absolutely. It just an incredible performance so far. 2 hours to go. Haven't put a foot wrong so far. As we see,
I have to talk to Ryan and Kyle after this race, man. Quinn has put on a class in recovery, man. Into 4th place. He's gotten around Mastachero. He's 2 laps down, so he's going to have to unlap himself to Ali G, Mike Jackson, Blaine Hall. And that's going to be tricky because Mike Jackson and Blaine Hall are both just as quick as him. But yeah, Quinn Smith already showing that, you know, he's down but not out. So Eric, we're almost at that halfway point. How you doing? I'm running out of coffee. Mike's crisis mode.
I'm pretending I'm okay.
Yeah, and you're not a coffee drinker either, so I don't know how you do this.
No.
I could not do that. So Petrovich in the 117, currently 7th in the overall, behind Aaron Free in the draft right now, who looks like the 22 has gotten a fresh coat of paint practically on that car. It's looking spick and span. Currently P9, good to the regs for pit stops.
You know, I'm hoping for some good things for those guys. Again, Aaron's been one of the guys that could win any particular race in our series, so it's quite surprising to see him with the car facing the wrong way around, even at Mount Panorama. It's very atypical of him. So hoping for some better luck and maybe figuring the car out a little bit better. Yeah, make up some positions too.
With the halfway point coming here soon in another 6.5 minutes. So the Trackalicious Sim Racing family, you guys are doing the GT4. You got the Cup race on Saturdays and the GT3, and then also we've been doing the partnership here. Don't you guys have a partnership as well with Cardo Racing School?
Yeah, absolutely. Just like you guys love having Cardo around. I think a couple of our guys have had some racing sessions or coaching sessions with him. So Cardo Huesca, for those of you who drive in public lobbies, I mean, it's rare to see him off the top step, if at all, off the podium. Super quick guy. I believe his website's cardoracingschool.com. Can go on there for some lap guides and sign up for some coaching sessions. He is extremely knowledgeable, and his rates are actually very reasonable. It was surprising to me because usually, you know, you see these guys and you think, oh, that's kind of cool, but I can't afford that. But really fair and reasonable rates, and I'd highly recommend to check it out.
Indeed. Yeah, Cardo is super quick, and man, let me tell you, I would absolutely love to see him get in the GT4 racing with you guys and bust out the Maserati, because that is just, watching him do it, it's just masterclass.
I'm gonna turn into a 10-year-old now and say, Cardo, I double dog dare you.
Yeah, absolutely, Cardo. Colin's been served up. That said, I know he is actually out of commission right now because his if I can't remember if his Fanatec wheel is actually in a bit of a state because he missed the qualification race. And I think he might not be ready for the first round of the 949 GT Sprint Series. But that said, it does not hurt to reach out to him in case you're looking for some coaching advice. I just saw Chronotis tap the wall exiting Quarry. I wonder if the AMG might be running into some trouble. And that would be not good for them because they want to try and maintain as much of a gap as they can. Quinn making a weird line into the pits and then back out. Wonder if he was dodging some traffic or something. I don't know. But he's moving back up through the field. Man, there's so many things to focus on.
Yeah.
Looks like Burkhardt is in the 147 now.
You know, I'm having trouble switching off of my ACC here. Mouse doing some funny things as I try to hop onto Chronotis's car. Let's see what's going on with him.
He hit the wall. He hit the wall on the exit of Quarry. I'm not sure what happened. CB was behind him. I didn't see any contact between them, but I also had a front view, I was looking directly into them, so I couldn't tell how close CB was behind Chronotis when Chronotis tapped the wall. Not only that, Chronotis tapped the wall on the outside on corner exit of Quarry, which is kind of strange because you know how if you're not familiar with the corner names, Quarry is turn 2.
Okay.
You got that fast right-hander that you start going uphill.
Right.
And then you swing back over to the right to set up for the cutting. He swung over to the right, and when he swung over to the right, he went kind of in an angle into the wall. So I'm wondering if he might already have damage or misjudged. Maybe with the temperatures being 25 degrees, maybe tire temperatures are starting to become a factor. I'm not sure.
So I'm gonna express more of my ignorance here and ask you a question. So I heard you say a couple of times that you had the floating cam that goes to whatever the next closest race is. Is that an in-game thing or?
Oh, the floating cam that goes to the next. So what I do is I use a different application than you guys do. I know you guys are big into using the race control. I use the broadcast client that comes with ACC. It's not even really like a really fully developed app. It's just something they put together as a example case for anybody that wanted to make a broadcast app. And what you can do in the broadcast app is you can set what's called the autopilot. And what you do with the autopilot is you plug in some values, and then based on those values, the game is going to make a calculation about what car and what camera angle to be on. And with that turned on, you're using your camera to turn around and focus on fights and stuff like that. Meanwhile, my camera is just basically roving around the track trying to find something that meets the criteria that I've told it to meet. Right now, it's focused in on Rocco, and it looks like the Arlo in the 805, who was quick. Remember, he's the guy that put 805 on P2 qualifying, moving through traffic right now as they hit Skyline. In the background, I'm looking. The broadcast app is still doing some calculation, and the McLaren is in the wall. I don't think Arlo got too much damage from that. I think he might have touched the back end of the car, but the ASR had hit the wall on the left. I don't know what Marlowe could have done. Again, also, my camera angle, I was kind of looking straight into it as it was happening.
Now, this is interesting. Quinn is a lap or two ahead, but I'm curious to see how the pace between these two shapes up here as we are.
Between Marlowe and Quinn?
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. So Shane Rees on the 535 of Jack Taylor. Shane up the inside on the exit of the Chase. Shane right now actually lapping at 2-minute 10s. I'm going to see what his time updates to when he comes across the line. 2:08. So Shane's probably sitting about somewhere in the realm of P7 kind of pace right now, and he's P8. So it's actually kind of, oh, the 747 Aston caught the outside grass on the exit of the chase. Hopefully they were able to save it from the wall. Oh, wow. GT3's in the cutting. Quinn is super close to the Nesquik Aston. It's so interesting to watch this race unfold right now because those two are pretty far apart in terms of position in the overall. But at the same time, too, they are racing each other pretty hard. Kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, yeah, again, curious to see if Quinn looks like he has the pace to go around Marlowe here. As you know, if he gets close enough, he's going to start seeing those blue flags, of which he will be obliged to let him by. But let's see if he can get close enough. I'm going to stay on here for a minute while as you roam around.
And the camera angles that it's picking right now are actually just kind of, it's not so much highlighting racing in terms of like close battles as much as it is just pretty to look at. Like the camera angle is just cresting the hill as he goes into Solomon Park. In the Camaro, that's Vercosa. He's currently P14 in the GT4 class. Still got 2 mandatory pit stops, so he's going to have to come into the pits probably here pretty soon, which is actually kind of interesting too. So he's got 2 pit stops left in the GT4 Camaro, and he's pretty good to the regs in terms of like being able to extend his stints out to utilize as much of that timer as he can. I wonder if that could put him in play for a podium. Aston Martin of the 747 just tapped the wall on the exit of Forest Elbow.
You know, it's another interesting thing to note. Now, the 747 team is a little different than it was last time, but that's the winning team from the last race. 747.
Having some bad luck this time.
Yeah, and the 22 car. So, hey, if whoever ends up winning the GT3 and GT4 race this go round, beware.
Kiss of death right there.
Yeah, Silverstone might not work out so great for you.
Yeah. So I'm looking through the data, and Quinn looks like he's dealing with the traffic with CB, and I'm just kind of curious where he's at right now. So he's just now coming through the S's, so he's lost a little bit of ground to CB. 206 was his last lap. Man, he saved it right there. He crests the hill right at that right-hand kink before you go downhill into Forest Elbow, and I saw the back end on the Lexus start to step on him, and I was like, oh no, we're about to see a spinala. But Quinn managed to keep it together.
I would say that he's driving the car at 105%.
Yeah, he's using more than 10% of his brain to drive that car right now for sure. One thing I wanted to highlight real quick, and I'm going to switch over to the TV cam real quick with autopilot turned off. I just wanted to focus in on my man, Joseph Kostovich, who's in the car after the second pit stop. I meant to switch over to the car while Mike Jackson was in the car, but instead I got Kosty. But that's okay. I like Kosty too. He's okay.
Other than his ability to upload liveries.
Here's the thing. ACC didn't necessarily make it easy on anybody.
That's fair.
Said, Mike Jackson looks like he just put together a pretty good middle stint. And Kosty's back in the car. So after 57 laps, where are they in relation to Mr. Hall? Waiting to find out. So Hall's already come across the line. Let me pull up pit wall. I'm gonna go take a look.
You know what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna mute my game.
Minute 13.
And have you on the main screen.
Absolutely. Let me go ahead and unmute my stuff. and I'll just roam around.
And I will excuse myself here and be
Absolutely.
back in a couple.
So yeah, Kostovich in the 949 Lexus getting around this GT4 traffic. Looks like the 747 Aston going wide on the exit of the chase. Kept it on track though. That's good. That's good. So yeah, comes across the line after 58 laps and is a little over a minute 10 back from Blaine Hall. So firmly in, although actually, I don't know if that's still true. I think one of the reasons why that is because they've already taken their second pit stop, the 949 car. Yeah, that's what it is. 2-minute 12 back. So Blaine Hall still has to bring the car in for a pit stop, and then I guess they're going to maybe put Whitehead back in the car. We'll have to wait and see. So let's cruise around and take a look and see what people are doing. Switch over to the broadcast HUD. So we're starting to see what is pretty common around here, even in multi-class racing. Like you watch the 12 Hours of Bathurst or the Bathurst 1000 or any of the other races where Bathurst is the kind of the centerpiece. And you're going to see exactly what we're seeing right now, which is the field is starting to stretch out. So if I switch actually over here to this track map here, you're going to see what it is that I'm talking about. You can see there's a distribution of cars all across the map right now, with the tightest distribution being this group of cars behind the 805, the 805, the 789, the 999. But for the 17 cars we have on the track right now, they're starting to get kind of distributed about. If I'm looking through the field in the data on the left, closest two cars together are the 789 and it looks like the 805. Yeah, that's because Quinn and CB are getting around the GT4 race leader Chronotis. In fact, let's take a look at the GT4 leader real quick. Professor Chronotis in the 789 T-Swiss Enduro AMG. He's putting together a really good chunk of laps. All right. So now let's do a track walk with Professor Chronotis around Mount Panorama into Hell Corner using that T-Swiss AMG to perfection in the lead of the GT4 class. Second place is Mr. Robert Lewis, who is, I want to say, so he's 6 laps down. Not entirely sure where Chronotis is in relation. Well, now 5 laps down. Into Quarry. Shifts over to the right. This is the area where I saw him touch the wall earlier. And now into the cutting. It's double left-hander. But he is dealing with the marbles. Oh, he gets over to let the AMG, the Nesquik AMG, or not AMG, Aston Martin, get around into Reed Park. Throttle management through this section is so tricky. Downhill now into Solomon Park. Left-hander again. Throttle management is all about maintaining the car balance. And into McPhillamy Park. That sequence of corners right there in Bathurst can be pretty daunting. Crest the hill at Skyline. Downshifting, trying to use engine braking as much as possible. Slow the car down into the dipper. Through the S's. By the Shannon's Banner. And approaching Forest Elbow. On the brakes. Runs it out wide. He's going to bang through the gears all the way up. Max speed. down Conrad Straight. Listen to that AMG. Just an amazing car in GT4. I would love to see a GT4 car do well at Bathurst. Into the chase, left-right complex. Who's back over to the right to set up for the final corner? Named after the wonderful Murray Walker. And cross the line. So he is still ahead of Beltan. 24 seconds back from the P10 and GT3 805 of Marlowe. There's Aaron Free in the background. Now let's poke around and see who else do we have out on track. Provolone. So Provolone is behind Beltan. Getting out of the way from Mostachero. And slots right back in the draft. Wants to take in as much of that draft as he can as they head down Conrad Straight. All right. Excuse me. Try not to choke to death on my water. So Provolone's good to the regs. P13. Might be looking at fuel stops to try and extend out. What's up, Blaine? How's it going? That stint was rough? How so? Let's look through the field with autopilot. There's Quinn Smith in the Madhouse Lexus and the 948 of Shane Rees in the background. 30 seconds of damage for almost all of it. First few laps were lethal. Oh, was it because of the changing conditions? Because it looked like it caught Quinn and Mike out a little bit, but Mike was able to keep the car safe. Quinn got unlucky with the 535. Unfortunately, went sideways, and they took some serious damage. Sim Racing Lads, the Nesquik, 147 Aston Martin. What a shot. Going into the mountain, getting a good close dash cam view. You balked the wall? I mean, that's okay. I mean, to be honest, that over 4 hours for that to not happen is kind of unexpected. Wheel wasn't straight, but you rode it out. Well, there you go, man. You did the best you could. That's what matters. Looks like Mike was keeping you in touch too. Tires were at 28.6 at the pit. Well, I mean, you guys extended it out as far as you could. And then with the changing transitions, you like nursed the car around enough that I think it was a pretty good showing. How's the Lexus feel to be back in it, Mike? Are you immediately thinking, why did I ever drive this car? Autopilot just loves looking at that 949 livery right now. I can't lie. Down Mountain Straight, or excuse me, Conrad Straight. Let's look at the pit wall data real quick. I want to see. Yeah, after the pit stop, so that brought the field back down to Coasty's 40 seconds back from Whitehead after 62 laps. We got an hour and 43 minutes left in the race. It is 7:31 p.m. The sun is starting to go down. It is 22 degrees, so cool temperatures are going to be a thing that everybody's going to have to deal with in their next pit stop. That's definitely going to be tricky. I'm going to bump the autopilot to see if we can get another look at a different car. So Quinn Smith already moved back up into a podium position. Where is Besnard in position? So the 357 Porsche just now coming down into Forest Elbow. And that is Andres Mostachero in the 44. How's everybody in chat doing? Hope everybody at home is having a good time. Thank you all so much for joining us. You're watching Trackalicious Sim Racing and 949 Thunder Down Under, 4 hours of Bathurst. The second race in our endurance season. We will have the series finale in December. 8 hours of Silverstone. And we hope to see more of you out there on track. So Andres Mostachero is putting in some consistent times with that Aston Martin. The 44 has been pretty consistent and just hanging with the field, keeping P4 on up in touch. Chris Pennycook gets in the car, currently in P10, the 949 UK Porsche. So Shane Reese puts in almost 2 hours of racing. SWWR Gaming, good job, man. Good job. So where's Marlowe in position to Chris right now? Let's go take a look at the data and see. So I can paste the pitwall.live link if anybody wants to follow along at home. What times are Coasty and Whitehead doing? I will tell you here in a second. Or if you want to, you can head on over to pitwall.live. It is free to use. There is an anonymous account that shows just a normal like timing wall that you would get from like Radio Le Mans. Or you can get the free account and get access to a little bit more data. The light package is $12 a year. The pro package is $24 a year. I use the pro package. That's I like looking at the data myself. I'm a bit of a nerd in that aspect. But if I'm looking at last lap time for Whitehead was a 2:10.2, but that's not representative of true pace because he just got back in the car. Coasty, however, did a 2:03.8, and he is about 0.4 faster than Quinn, who did a 2:03.936. Now that was bogged down Lexus. I wonder if there was contact between those two. Hope not. So Whitehead just did a 2:06.2. So Whitehead's going to have to step up the pace a little bit, but that also could be a matter of just getting the setup dial back in after getting back in the car. Because, you know, for anybody that's done an endurance race, getting in and out of the car over and over again can disrupt your focus, get you out of a rhythm. So Whitehead's going to have to find that rhythm because Coasty has already shaved about 7 seconds out of that lead. It's now down to 31.6. So let's jump back to what I was wanting to look at, which was Marlowe and Pennycook. So looks like Chris is keeping Marlowe and Aaron Free in touch in terms of pace. There's Provolone letting the Nesquik Aston around. I wonder how many of these guys are just doing this race just to get like some serious endurance experience under their belt. I would not be shocked. This would be the kind of thing that I would love to do. Here's the 357 going around. Mr. Jason Provolone in the D Station Racing Aston Martin. Currently sitting third in GT4, 23 seconds back from Robert Lewis. Robert Lewis still has one more pit stop to do per the regs. Chronotis has 2 more to do per the regs. Richie Dagger, thanks so much for the subscription with Prime. Appreciate it, dude. I know the Trackalicious Sim Racing guys really appreciate the support. It means a lot. Welcome to the Trackalicious Sim Racing 949 Sim Racing Thunder from Down Under Bathurst 4 hours. We're on board with P3 and GT4 right now. Jason Provolone just getting a good look at how this car is moving through the mountain from the rear cam. You can see how close they get to the wall. Yeah, Shane, I mean, it's challenging. Bathurst is challenging already, dude. Look at the shot of the 948 Porsche as they go into the chase. Down 21 degrees. So we've dropped about, what is this? Oh, wow. That is not normal. Whatever this is, it's not normal. I'll get back to the race. I'm sorry, guys. Did the 948 just have a disconnect? You might need to check in on that, Shane. It looks like the 948 might have just had a disconnect. Remember, you have to start in the correct order. The driver 1 has to get in the car. It may cause an accident. No, I think he's disconnected. I already don't see him on the relative.
That's a shame.
Yeah, make sure, Shane, that driver 1's the one that gets in the server first. I don't know if you saw that on stream.
Yeah,
Turned upside down, car's nose sticking out of the ground.
I just hopped in time to see that.
So the 950 of Robert Lewis, Mr. Beltan 621, he's in front of some GT3 drivers. That is the 147. So Besnard and it looks like those are not fighting for position. So I bet Beltan's just like, you know what, guys, you can just wait. I'm gonna get to Forest Elbow, and then you guys can just, wave as you go by, kind of thing. And there goes the 948 is back in. Now Chris Pennycook is in the car. I hope Chris is the number 1 driver, because that could mean problems for the car. Although, to be honest, if Chris can just get the car out of the pits, I think he's the only one left to drive to the end. So Robert Lewis, second in GT4 right now. Currently, looks like he is 2 laps back from Chronotis. and he looks like he is coming in for a pit stop. That he's got to do that to meet the regs. Eric, welcome back.
Thank you. Apologize for the long leave.
Gave a shout out to to Richie Dagger for the subscription with Prime. I don't know if you had any follows while I was gone. I don't actually see those alerts. Yeah, told him thanks for the support.
Yeah, that's our local Richard Drawlman, another one of the quick guys, who is taken to iRacing recently.
Yeah, tell me about that. Beltane was telling me you guys have been interested in doing a little bit more with that.
Yeah, we got more and more guys kind of getting into it. And I don't know, trying to explore opportunities, adventures, and see what we can do. I mean, I don't know. iRacing's cool. I have nothing against it. None of us do, clearly, as we get more and more people getting into it. As we have Richie being the oval maestro, as he's getting, let's say, Richie, fair to say, obsessed with it a little bit.
Yeah. iRacing is pretty fun. I love the different formats in it. I'm partial to racing some of the open wheelers they have over there, like the F3 or the PM18, the Pro 2000 IndyCar. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it, and I have only ever done. I've done one endurance race in ACC. I've done I think the only special event that I have not done in ACC that has happened in the last 3 years is probably the most recent one, the 10 hours of Suzuka, or the 12 hours of Suzuka. I think that's the only endurance race special event that iRacing hosts that I haven't done.
Yeah, and you know what? One of the things we've been talking about is obviously the paywall and the overall cost of it is something that's intimidating for most to approach. So our goal is potentially for the upcoming season to have a base content series held on a day that we both can host mutually, that doesn't conflict with any of our other series.
Neat. I think some base content racing and iRacing would be a lot of fun. The Formula V, the Mazda MX-5s, those are really fun cars to race in. You can get some really good close racing. And then not only that, but if you're doing your own hosted races, don't forget that any of the free legacy cars that are retired from the other pay for series, if they're part of the free content, those are some fun cars to race as well. I'm trying to think of what legacy cars that are free that I've seen before. There's a version of the MX-5 that's actually like the 2015. I believe there's a Daytona prototype, the XX, that is free to race. So keep those in mind as well, if people want a different look from just MX-5s or something like that. So
and yeah, that's kind of, I think, what we had in mind. As I see Richie giving Riley, one of our top guys at ACC, a little bit of a hard time for being new to iRacing. But I'm sure Riley will get up to speed in no time, as I see Provolone do a little love tap in Forest Elbow there.
Can't do too many of those before the car starts acting funny.
Yeah.
Watching Quinn Smith, can you believe Quinn Smith has worked his way all the way back from P8 to in the podiums again?
That's awesome. That's awesome. So who was CB's partner?
So CB's partner is Marlowe. The 805
up to 9th.
Yeah, Marlowe's the one that put the 805 actually on P2. CB's the one that started the race.
Okay.
So we got the guy who put it on P2 in the car right now. And if I'm looking at the pace of Marlowe right now, let me actually pull him up real quick. So the pace of Marlowe is a 2:04.325. So he's not slow. He is not slow at all. Like if I look at Whitehead, Coastie, and Quinn, I'm gonna remove the other guys. I just want to compare 2:05 for Whitehead. What is Coastie running? 2:04.6. Quinn is running 2:05.4. So, and Whitehead's got to do something because I believe if I'm not wrong, it looks like Coastie is starting to get a little bit closer. The gap is slowly grinding away. And Quinn Smith's in the pits. Depending on what the drive time is for the end of the race, I wonder if this is his last one for the regs. Like in terms of drive timer. He's good to the regs in terms of mandatory.
Right, because there you gotta worry about both sides of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think last I looked, weren't the 949 team 50 seconds back?
Yeah.
So they're now down to 33, which is huge.
Yeah.
Hour and a half to go. I mean,
Yep.
If they are able to, it's gonna come down to the last minute, I think.
Isn't this exactly what happened to them though at Laguna? Like down to the last minute, trying to chase down the lead car, just running out of turns, running out of time. So
Right.
if they're gonna get it done, like gonna have to make that right foot heavy and see how fast you can push this Lexus. But we'll see.
Yeah, hopping onto Aaron Free here, it looks like he's found himself a little bit, catching up to Burkhart in 7th place. So hopefully they can make a couple positions and able to stay consistent. And we could, I wonder if, so is Free pulling a double stint in the middle to give Josh the hour at the end?
I think so.
Okay.
He was in for both the pit stops. So I'm betting Josh is going in the car for the last bit.
Ooh, that's gonna be spicy.
Guy Burkhart in that Nesquik Aston Martin is it's just a pretty car to look at.
I love that car. The only thing that I would have done differently on that car, if I'm not seeing this incorrectly, is made the yellow flat, made it a satin color, because that's what I remember. You know, they had the little wrapping on it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm nitpicking here, but it's so cool.
And let me tell you, I think that you guys have got some really good artists. I would love to see somebody in that GT4 category take one of those Camaros and slap like a very historic NASCAR livery on there. I'd like to see the Bill Elliott Konami livery. That'd be pretty dope.
I don't know if this was a race department download, but someone had the Jeff Gordon the rainbow livery.
Ah, okay. The Tide livery. I think it was Tide.
I don't know. DuPont. That's what it was.
Oh, it was DuPont. Yeah.
But, no, that's awesome. It was really fun to look at in the series. It was like 2 seasons ago, maybe.
21 degrees on track. It's 8:27. It's starting to get dark. Headlamps are on.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go. You're still the lead.
The lead stream.
Yeah,
okay.
And I'm just gonna float around the track here in free cam. Ooh.
So Marlowe gets around the ASR McLaren, trying to move up and gain some ground on Aaron Free, who's the 22 is good to the regs on pit stops. So I'm betting you could see Josh hop in the 22 with less than an hour left in the race and watch him take it all the way to checkers. That's what I'm thinking.
Just floating around track here, and
This game.
But Eric, man, what do you think about the J Swizz AMG, Chronotis, Snyder? Like, that is a marvelous pairing, is it not?
The T Swizzle, the Taylor
Yeah.
Swift car. Yeah, I mean, those guys, you know, they haven't been known to be race winners, so credit to them for putting together a solid performance in this race.
Oh, they had a disconnect in the 805. That's why it dropped down so far. Okay. Is that you, CB, in chat right now? If so, man, Marlowe is super quick, dude. I'm looking for Marlowe to make up some spaces. I'm looking for him to start getting close and maybe trying to pressure Aaron a little bit, because we got an hour and a half left, so there's still some opportunities out here on track for some extra positions and then a little bit of extra bragging rights. So we'll see how Marlowe gets on.
You know, for those who've never had the opportunity to go to a live endurance race, I've had the fortune to be at an F1 race and several other motorsports events. And I think one of my favorites was the endurance, in that because you have so much time, you get the opportunity to walk around the entire track and experience the race in all of the corners. It's really fun to do.
On board with Jean Besnard and the Bro and Bro 357. Has moved up into third spot after Quinn took his pit stop. 41 seconds back, so Besnard hasn't pitted for quite some time. I want to pull up the pit wall data real fast. And you guys are welcome to follow along. What?
It's getting darker.
Yeah, it is getting darker. It is starting to get darker, for sure.
It's getting darker.
Yeah. What is Besnard putting in for average lap times? 2:05.1. So a little bit quicker than Quinn. Might stay in front. Yeah, it's 20C on track now. So the people that have been able to stick it out, to have that one required pit stop here at the end, I feel like are about to make a windfall in terms of pace, because they're going to have the tires that are the closest dialed into the colder temperatures.
Right. Now the question is Quinn going to come in and change his tires or going to maintain?
It could be that he ran his tires over, what would it be?
Inflated.
Overinflated to try and deal with the pressure decline as the temperature starts to drop. You never know, because we've seen these kinds of calculations, these risk-based calculations, pretty much throughout the entire race, right? That's what happened when we saw the the wet-dry transition. We might see a little bit of a similar gamble happening with tire pressures. And the thing is if tires start to dip too much in terms of pressure, there are a good number of places here at Bathurst where curb striking is kind of like on the racing line. And you could end up with a slow puncture. So Provolone did manage to get around Beltan during the pit stops, the latest round of pit stops. So up into sixth, or not into sixth place, second place in GT4. Just curious where Lewis is in relation. So Lewis is still down a lap from Provolone, I believe.
What's interesting is that Provolone and Lewis are good to the regs, but Snyder still has one more pit stop remaining.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you would be interested in seeing this or not. In fact, I could do this real quick. Give me 1 second. Over on the main screen. Let me switch over. I don't know if you would find this interesting or not, but we're going to give it a shot and see if the folks at home find it interesting to look at. So if I collapse this down and shove this over here.
You know, while you're doing that, while ACC looks great in the day, I think it looks absolutely phenomenal at night.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
At a glance, I've had people just quickly look at it and come to my computer and go, "Oh, what are you watching?" It's like, this isn't watching. This is a sim.
Yeah, this is a simulator, and it is amazing to look at. So what I'm going to do here for the folks at home, if anyone is interested, is I'm going to take my pitwall.live and I'm going to size it up so that we can get the stream in the center of the window. I'll kind of show you what I'm talking about. So you still got my camera pulled up.
Yep.
I have no idea if this is going to work or not, but what I'm going to do over in Stream Team is I'm actually going to change my window. So this is what I'm looking at while you guys are watching the race. So I've got this pitwall.live data pulled up, and what I can do, which is super important right now, is look at this fight inside the top three. So I've got the top three selected right now. We're looking at average lap times 2:05.2 for Whitehead. Coasty's in second place right now, putting in 2:04.5s. So Coasty is a fast-moving train, just chewing up that lead. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here in a second. It's very important. Follow along. We've got the 357 Bro and Bro Porsche putting in 2:05.0, so a little bit faster than Whitehead, but not fast enough to catch Coasty right now. Let's look at the gap chart, though. Or not the gap chart. Let's look at the race delta. So if I look at Coasty and I use him as an anchor point, look at this graph over here on the right side. This is the race right now, all the way from the start of it to where we are right now. Let's drill in to right here. This is what we're looking at for gaps. Coasty started out 39 seconds back. He's currently 30.9 seconds back. He is shaving time off of Whitehead's lead over time. It is just becoming clear that he's the fastest car out on track right now. And that's what I'm looking at while you guys are at home following along. So I'll switch back over to the main screen.
I need to get that. That's
yeah,
cool.
The pitwall.live stuff is pretty cool. I love it personally. And it is it's pretty neat. For the folks at home that are interested, it is there is a free. There's both an anonymous and a free account, Eric. The anonymous one, you get the what is it? The basically the equivalent of a timing wall from like Radio Le Mans, like when you're watching like the 24 hours. With the free account, you get a little bit more data, and then they've got the light and pro packages, which are like $12 a year or $24 a year, and you get more features. Like I can take that whole window you saw and like shuffle it around. With the pro version. So it's pretty cool. That's what we use for our live timing over at 949.
Yeah, it's very cool. Lots of information. That's where race control is a little limited. You can see more than what we used to be able to see, but still a bit limited.
Yep. Watching Coasty going through traffic right now. We've got it moving over to the left.
We're still seeing your pit wall.
Oh, really?
By the way, yep.
I thought I had it switched. Let me get it changed back.
But I am on Coasty and picture, so.
Fantastic. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that as an opportunity to mute my sound so that we're not getting two sets of car audio.
And I will unmute mine.
And that right there, folks at home, that is how a commentary team coordinates. That is how the sausage is made. So yeah, let's take a look at this clip. I'm going to look at this clip that Altria just sent me for a bit close.
Yeah, just let me know when you could switch your screen over, because we're still looking at pit wall.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm going to go to...
I keep telling it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm just going to share it again.
Sounds good. We're live on my screen.
Discord
as
is
me.
just so determined for you guys to watch Pitwall.live.
Yeah, and we have ACC. Thank you.
Fantastic. Discord, just Discord things.
Just technology things, I feel like, overall.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a bear. No lie.
Yeah, I can tell you, I'm having
No
troubles with my pointer right now on my mouse. Most basic of things.
So the autopilot over my end is just fascinated with the 949 Lexus, but I want to move around. I want to highlight some of these other guys out on track because Burkhart's actually kind of close in right now. He's got the 22 of Aaron Free catching up to him. This is for position, actually.
Yes, it
Battle
is.
for P7. And then it just immediately autopilot just says, no, we're going to go look at the 357. That's what's important to watch.
Well, I can stay on Aaron, and you could stay on.
Okay.
Are those guys that for battling for position at all, or
No, he's just navigating through traffic. He was just in a really close pack, and then broadcast calculation was like, oh, you need to pay attention to this because, two cars could come together or something,
Yeah, we're on the. Oh man, that Nesquik livery.
Yep.
Love
Going
it.
through the light section in the stadium.
Love it. And the glow of the exhaust from the Porsche in the back. So cool.
Yeah. But the key is, Blaine, you almost lost it, but you did. And you're going to remember that. That's going to be one of those stories where it's like, I almost died at the Bathurst, but I'm still in the lead. So it looks like Aaron Free's going to make the move up the inside at Quarry. So Kostovich is now down to 25.7 seconds between him and Whitehead.
That was, what is it? Like, let's say 5 seconds per 10 minutes.
For that 10-minute chunk, it was about 5 seconds, which is a lot.
So he needs another 50 minutes, which is just about a little bit less than what we have here. So it is really going to come down to the last 15-20 minutes if they continue at this pace.
Oh man, that is beautiful. They start going up the mountain, and you can see the silhouette shot that they provided in the background of New South Wales in the background. As Costy's going up the mountain, and it is gorgeous. And then now it's just plunge into darkness. We're going down the mountain now.
We have a bit of a train here. So Burkhardt's still about a second behind Free, but we have a couple other cars in play.
So this is the race leader. This is Luke Whitehead in the PPR Esports 217 going into the kink in the chase on the brakes. Man, that is hairy stuff. And Aaron Free's going to navigate around the 747 of Mike Burkhoff into Murray's corner. Now there's the race leader right behind Burkhoff now. Burkhoff staying over. I bet he's going to give him a big lift. Let him get over into the... So Whitehead is probably shaking back and forth in his chair trying to make the Honda go faster than it already goes, trying to get past these GT4 cars.
I would be too.
So Provolone's on the outside. Whitehead throws it up the inside at Quarry. No musk, no fuss. Gets through with no issues. Man, it is straight dark now. 9:12 p.m. in game, 20 degrees on track. It is. I don't know if you're a fan of like scary movies, but it's kind of spooky.
Appreciate them. It's never been my thing.
Yeah. For me, I'm not too big of a scary movie fan, but it is kind of weird driving around at high speed at night. Lights are only pointed in one direction. Like it's kind of crazy.
You know, the rate at which Whitehead is catching Free is just mind-boggling for me, because that's usually a Free type performance. I mean, Aaron's usually the one closing gaps at that rate. It's unreal.
Yeah,
he's definitely gonna take him on the straight here. I feel like.
Yeah, he's staying. Well, I mean, the straight line speed on on the Honda in comparison to the Porsche is just daylight and
Just
dark.
smokes him. Not
I
even
think there was
a
probably a bit of a
question.
lift. I'm gonna bet there was a bit of a lift from the 22 because what the 22. This is something for the folks at home that are trying to understand like endurance racing, multi-class racing, dealing with lapped cars kind of thing. Him giving him a little bit of a lift so that he can get around to immediately get into his draft. It's a pretty decent benefit. Like you don't want to lift too much and lose too much time, but if he can just lift just a little bit and allow that that NSX to just shoot around, he's got a nice hole punch through the air for him to drive behind. Oh man, that Nesquik Aston got sideways going through hell corner. And there's Quinn Smith. Quinn Smith moves over to the inside. And he is navigating the traffic to the best of his abilities.
Hey, just a quick thanks to TPC Toro Motorsports for the follow. And I'm going to take a liberty and say Dr. Dogs or DR Dogs. Appreciate you guys joining. Thanks for the follow.
Oh, wow. This is a very treacherous spot for the AMG, the GT4 race leader, to have to slow down to let these GT3 cars by. But it looks like everything's okay. Barlow's in the pits. This might be the last pit stop for them.
It is. Okay, so we are in the window for the final pit stop. So we are within 75 minutes of the end of the race, which means that if anybody pits now, they can go all the way through to the end of the race.
I'm thinking Quinn's got another pit stop, but I'm also thinking Besnard in the 357 has another pit stop to do as well. So I'm interested to see. So of course we've got this fight for the win right here. Whitehead, Kostovich, almost down to 20 seconds now.
Yikes!
With an hour and 7 minutes left. Blaine Hall's been talking in chat. He says they've got 20 seconds of damage on the front end of the Honda, and it's causing them to have a lot of issues with understeer, which is going to mean they're going to scrub their tires. Oh wow! Quinn throws it up the inside in the kink, and it works out. Like Chronotis doesn't like get shoved off track or anything dangerous like that.
There was a car in the back that went off, though. I'm not sure who it was, but
yeah, indeed. I'm thinking something may have happened to the 949 UK car because I just saw Shane Reeves jump in, but he's not in car 948 anymore. He's now in car 951. So that probably race over for them, which is unfortunate. But hats off to Shane for a good drive. And Chris had really good pace in the car too. So, good on them for sticking with it. Hour and 6 minutes. Mike Burkhoff in the Flying Lizard Endurance Aston Martin. Sorry you guys can't see this beautiful livery on this car. Eric, how you holding together? We got an hour and 5 minutes left.
The 2 hour mark is rough. The 3 hour mark is rough, but when it comes down to an hour, you start getting excited to see what happens in the end. So I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, you start getting a little giddy, and I'm excited to see how this works out. Kosi just took another half second out of Whitehead in 2 minutes, and he's just moving pretty quick right now.
I wonder if they is it Bryce Hall that's on here right now and listening?
Mr. Blaine Hall.
Blaine Hall. I wonder, they say they have about 20 seconds of damage. Do you just go in and repair and then, get back to the pace that you were at before?
I'm not sure. I think trying to stay out and not lose the lead in the pits is pretty much critical right now for them. Because and not only that, so back to what we were talking about at Laguna when I made fantastic predictions that were all horribly wrong. Kosti's probably going to be trying to figure out, like, at what point is he going to try and swing an undercut on Whitehead. I think that's going to be the thing, because he's probably going to want to pit before Whitehead or follow Whitehead into the pits. but you know, we're gonna have to wait and see. The 805's having frame rate issues and needs to box again. That's unfortunate. But I just gotta say, man, to CB and Marlowe in the I believe that's the Flyboys Audi. Like that is a quick car, and yeah, if you guys are racing with us again in Silverstone, man, it's gonna be awesome to see you guys in the Audi around there.
Heck yeah.
We're closing in on the 1 hour mark. Just waiting to see what Costy's time updates to. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, it looks like Free's gone up to 6th place. Now that's without the pit, because they do need to pit in relatively soon with Josh hopping back into the car for the final stint. So that's another car that I'm kind of have my eye on to see how that race shapes up for them. Smith in 4th. Besnard, do they have another pit to go, or what's going on there?
They will have to pit one more time. They pitted well outside of the 75-minute window.
Okay, so Whitehead
They're good
needs
to the
pit.
regs, but they have to pit. They have to pit one more time for time.
To the 75. So Whitehead needs to pit. Coasty needs to pit. Besnard needs to pit. Smith needs to pit.
Also needs to pit. Yep.
But not necessarily take tires.
Correct.
Ooh, that'd be. I don't know if that's a smart move. AM, whoever that is, needs to pit. Correct.
Yes. That
Free
is
needs to
Mastachero.
pit.
Oh wait a minute, no. Mastachero pitted early inside the 75-minute window. Mastachero may be good to the regs completely.
So, oh, that's an interesting one. They might gain a place or two with that. That is an interesting one.
And this is the car that Willis said was the one to watch.
Yeah.
Like he said, they were consistent. They're strong. They've had pretty much consistent pace the whole night. Like, I'm interested to see what they're gonna do, for sure.
Yeah, and I believe that is Kosi there. He's close to. How's the pace?
Oh, the pace delta between them is I won't call it drastic, but it's real.
Okay.
It's real. Like, if I look at the 44 right now, which is running P5 in relation to Coasty, they're averaging 206s. Coasty's averaging 204s.
Yikes. Okay.
So 204.7 is Coasty's average pace right now to Whitehead's 205.325.
It looks like something's happened because Kosti's starting to lose time now. Down to 26
I did
seconds.
notice that. I think that's probably traffic. I think that's the big thing that I'm starting to see on track becoming a bit of a factor is traffic. Yeah, like the 217 right now, like Coasty's going through Skyline right now, and the 217's already about a quarter of a way down Conrad Straight towards the chase. But again, with these pit stops, man, there's still an opportunity for a boo-boo to cost somebody a race win here.
Not over yet. That's for sure.
Yep. So Blaine's hopping in for the last stint. So Shane Reed's getting back in the car after the 949 UK bunch having technical issues. That's unfortunate.
Oh, and a mistake by Besnard. Looks like it was some traffic, but a bit of a tap on the wall going up the hill. Yeah.
That's going to give Quinn Smith an opportunity to close a little bit closer. Probably also the same thing for Mastachero. Whoa, into the chase, man. Chris B and the Flyboys Audi just threads the needle between Provolone and the grass to get through the kink in, to be honest, action movie fashion. This is some crazy stuff here. 747 off track, but keeping it together. That Aston Martin for the 747 crew just seems like that has been a handful of a car. And Costy's in the pits.
Coasty is in the pits.
So he's going for the undercut. So we're inside the last hour now. And Costy's in the pits. He's going to be taking his final set of shoes and heading back out on track. I wonder if Mike's going to be in the car. And they're cycling out behind Beltan, it looks like. I'm just waiting to see if there's a bit of an update. Who's in the car? I'm just sitting here. I've got this like really ultra long cord for my headset. I'm just curling it around in my hands, watching because I'm so nervous. Like watching this race. Yep, it's Mike Jackson in the car for the final stint. And Whitehead's in the pits.
What is the Delta going to be coming out?
That's a good question. That is a good question. Let me actually, so there's the 949 car. I've got that pulled up.
I'm going to go to Jackson. Oh, I'm going to go to Whitehead.
Yeah, go to Whitehead. Right. So just now hitting the dipper. Quinn Smith in the pits for the final time. Oh. So he's just now hitting Forest Elbow. And here we go. So are they going to take, so to your point, are they about to take the 20 seconds of damage to try and put the 217 in the best position to fight, to defend against the 949 Lexus for the win? We're about to find out.
I would.
What's up, Muff? How you doing? Mr. Justin Moffitt for Crazy Rabbits Racing in chat. How you doing? So Whitehead is rolling down pit lane as Mike Jackson comes to Murray Corner.
Here, no, that's another Aston. We have someone else in the pits there behind.
Oh,
them.
wow. Oh, wow. Is it going to happen? Oh, no. I see. I'm delayed on the stream. I'm watching the stream instead of what's happening.
Yeah, they are, what, within 5 seconds of each other now?
Oh, you're kidding me.
Is this right?
You must be joking.
3 seconds.
Oh, my God.
Folks, we are 3 hours and 4 minutes in, and the lead of the race is being challenged with 4 seconds. Gap to second. Unbelievable.
Oh, Luke didn't select you? Well, I mean, if I remember correctly, there isn't like I don't know if there's a drive timer. Like in terms of like a maximum amount of time the driver's allowed to be in the car.
Nope, nope, there isn't, and it's specifically to allow solo drivers to race.
Yeah, so I just think that what Blaine was hoping for was to be in the car to take the fight to Mike Jackson here at the end. So now it's on Luke to hold a 4.4 second gap for the next 55 minutes. It's 19 degrees on track. It is 9:56 p.m. at night. We still got 17 cars in this race. We've only lost 2 cars from green flag, and I'm nervous.
It's 3.5 seconds.
I'm so nervous, man.
Philip, can I? Oh my God! There's a spin right in front of him.
Oh wow! Wow, that was close. You scared me. You totally just. Oh man, I'm gonna stop talking for a minute. Let my heart.
That was unreal. I mean, good job to Luke for avoiding that very, very likely incident. He's got to get clear of these guys like ASAP. Only 3.5 seconds now. Can I whisper something to you? So
can you can whisper to me. I don't know if I'm gonna hear it. I'm still having a heart attack. Go ahead.
Was that lack of selection deliberate?
The lack of select. Oh, well, actually,
the driver changed.
Oh, no. I think
Not that
I
I'm
think-
making accusations here, but
Yeah. Oh, you're just trolling. That's fine. It's cool. It's cool. Blaine's used to that. Blaine's used to that, and if he's not used to it, then he better stop listening to me talk in chat. But the thing is that the thing is that Whitehead. Here's the thing though about Whitehead, super fast at the start of the race, especially in those wet conditions. So if there's anybody that can kind of like knuckle down and try and work their way through this, it's going to be Whitehead, especially now because Jackson is getting stuck behind GT4 traffic. They're going into Skyline right now. He keeps the car together, and that's going to give Whitehead a nice little buffer to try and keep his top result hopes alive. So these sorts of things happen, and I know I know this is not the first time Blaine's running this kind of problem with ACC. It's kind of what it's known for. That said, this happens in real racing, right? So, you just got to kind of knuckle down, see what you can do. He just the gap built back up because of the traffic to 6.7 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, when you say this happens in real racing, are you talking about forgetting to select another driver?
No. I'm saying like problems that occur on track. Like I'm thinking of who was it in the C8R?
Like a glitch in the Matrix?
No. Like take for example the C8R with Jordan Taylor and I can't remember who races with him, but they actually had one of their drivers mid-race test positive for COVID.
What?
And they weren't allowed to get back into the race, so Jordan Taylor and another driver in the C8R two-manned a 24-hour race, because they had to. They had no other choice. So that sort of thing, it's not that real, but these sort of things sort of happens. But you just try your best to press on. That's all you can do. I've seen ads before, but I've never seen a letter on screen. Like, the ad is they have a letter starting at the top and scrolling to the bottom with a signature from a company, as if a company can hold a pen and sign a piece of paper. That's hilarious. Anyway, I'm done ranting. It's because I'm tired. Sorry, Eric.
No, that's I was not aware of that.
Yeah.
Haven't followed the C8R very closely, even though as a Viper person, huge fan of the fact that we have this.
Oh, I think Quinn just disconnected.
No way.
Quinn, I'm so
No!
sorry, man.
ACC, what are you doing to us?
Quinn, I just want you to know, dude, you're totally my vote for driver of the day. That comeback after taking that shot, hitting that car broadside, dude. Your internet's out. I'm so sorry, dude. Dude, tell. I don't know if Kyle. I have no idea if Kyle and Ryan are paying you, but they need to give you a raise. Because, dear Lord, man, that was such a drive. I guarantee you had Besnard sweating. Guarantee it. But yeah, we're on board with Luke Whitehead right now. 8.5 seconds is the gap. I wonder if something's happened to the 949 Lexus. Because at this point, I would be shocked if it's just down to traffic. He's in clear air. I'm looking at the track map right now. Yeah, it was a surprise to me too. Like, I'm not even in the car and I about had a heart attack. Yeah. That's not uncommon. So, Eric, man, Quinn out of the race. God, it's so disappointing.
So, ACC. Oh no, it's not even ACC. It's his internet. Damn it, internet.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, he's definitely, like, Quinn's definitely my vote for driver of the day, 100%.
It was a phenomenal performance for sure.
Going back from getting knocked all the way back down to P8, working his way back up into the podium spots, and to be fighting with Besnard for the final step of the podium in a 4-hour endurance race. That was phenomenal performance. Like, even with the accident and stuff like that, the pace was just there.
I mean-
Lexus was hooked up. Go ahead, sir.
I can't imagine the frustration. You know,
Oh, wow.
I'll have to I'll have to take a quick video of my relocation and my internet strategy right now, because I'm in the basement and the router's on the first floor, and I have this cord kind of snaked all the way through the stairs and through the hallway and onto the other side of the house, just because I was so worried about getting disconnected.
Yeah, it's wild. My Echo just went nuts and just started asking me like questions. I'm like, whoa, shut up! I'm trying to watch the race. But yeah, the internet thing, it's terrible.
Sucks.
That is so terrible.
Well,
But
you know what the solution for that is, right?
what's that?
Just got to join the next race.
Yep. Get back on the horse.
Yeah.
Go do the next race and win it. Because that Lexus was hooked up around here for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, Whitehead's got to be feeling it right now. Although the gap has grown, I think the traffic has been a factor for the 949 Lexus. But I mean, it's in clear air right now. It's just not closing. It's just not closing fast enough.
Hey Hall, do you want us to give him a 10-second penalty for not selecting you?
I'm gonna be like, nah, that's okay. Blaine man, you know I love you, dude. Blaine Hall, everybody. Altrude on Twitch. Go check him out. He's a good dude. He's actually playing with a bum wrist too. He's actually got to have surgery. Oh, there's a yellow flag. The 217 is yellow. What has happened? What has just happened?
I'm hopping in, trying.
The 949 car just made it around the 217. Something is up. Was it a spin?
Yeah, I'd say go in for a replay.
I can do that. It will torch my data, but I also don't care. Actually, it won't torch my data over here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go over to this computer. Give me a second.
Oh my God. Is this actually happening right now? So
Yeah.
with less than an hour to go, Luke Whitehead has, for the first time in the entire race, the 217 car has lost the lead.
Yeah, that's brutal. That is brutal. So I'm going to go ahead and connect. The name of the server and stuff on the other pit wall is wrong, but I also don't care. So I'm going to jump into the replay. I want to see what happened here. That is super unfortunate, man.
Quinn, I'm not sure if you're planning on or wanting to drive it solo, but we do have a pretty good community, both at 949 and at Trackalicious, and I'm sure at Madhouse as well. But people are always willing to pair up with new people. So if you're interested, we could try to find someone crazy enough to join.
Yeah, Quinn. Where's the rest of the gang, dude? Bring the crazy Canadians in here. Get them up in here. I would love to see more of the Madhouse guys in these endurance series with us. I mean, they also racing like the SRO, stuff. All right, so I'm on Luke right now. I'm trying to find where it all goes south. I'm just speeding up the playthrough. I want to see if I can catch what happened.
I'm going on wing view of Jackson's car here, Papakame, and 3.2 second gap, or more realistically 2.2 second gap, and you see Luke just hovering in the background there.
I'm still hunting, trying to find it.
Yep, we're ready for you whenever you are.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what happened.
I wonder if it was that Aaron? Looks like it's Aaron. This is unreal. So for those who may have just joined or are around, 43 minutes left in a 4-hour race, and for the first time, Mike Jackson's taken the lead over Luke Whitehead, and Mr. Hall here, aka Altroot on Twitch, 3-second gap for first place. That's 3 seconds after 3 hours and 18 minutes of racing.
Man, maybe I should. Everybody in chat, maybe I should actually pay attention to the data that I'm looking at. But you see this extended bar for lap 85. That's probably because that's the problem. Although actually, that's when
that's the pit stop.
That's the pit stop.
It's probably in the lap 89, if I were to guess.
I'm just not that smart. Apparently, I'm just seriously not that smart.
And if you
Chris is laughing. All right, so going through into the cutting. I was just imagining it would be in the cutting or in McPhillamy, which is actually I believe there's been a petition to rename it 949 UK Corner. Yeah, it was McPhillamy. Oh, just so much damage too. Hang on. All right, I'm gonna back it up.
Yeah, back it up, and then I'm gonna mute my audio here if you want to put yours on, and I could.
Yeah, I got it.
Can switch over to your screen being main while we stay on this 2.2 second gap for the lead of the race.
All right, so I've got it pulled up right now,
and here we
go.
Are live with you.
So here he goes into McPhillamy. Back end starts to snake, and he's just trying to correct. Okay, I'll back up some more. So this is him going up the mountain now. He's going in. He's getting set up for McPhillamy Park, which is a fast left-hander. He's got kitty litter on the right. Entry's kind of okay. The back end starts to lose just a little bit, and in the process of trying to correct, the car just starts to wobble, and it throws him into reverse on Skyline, which is a bad place to be. Now he's got to try and find a way to turn the car around, and there goes Jackson, and he ends up getting it turned back around and getting it back out on track, but that's just unfortunate, man. Just bad luck, dude. Yeah, that's what happened. I mean, I can actually, you know what would be interesting? Let me jump back real quick to where the accident happened.
Jackson goes a bit wide. Gap is less than 2 seconds now.
You got to be kidding me, guys. You're killing me. All right, so I got the helicopter cam pulled up. I don't know if you still got it on.
Yep. We're still looking at you.
But you can see as he goes mid-corner into McPhillamy, the back end starts to snake, and then it's just, he's a passenger.
Make sure he hits both walls, not just the one.
Oh, I bet he's wishing that, I didn't need the 2-for-1 special. But yeah, that's what's happening right now. So let's bump back into the drive cam now. 10-second penalty for green. Not sure what that's for. Let's jump into the autopilot, punch that button, and I'll mute my audio and leave my camera on rover mode. All right. Jeez. The end of this race.
All right, I'm going to switch back to my main cam and put my audio back on.
Go for it, sir. So for the folks that want to follow along with the data on pitwall.live, I do have a current copy of it still running over here.
So there's a 4-second gap now to second place. I'm going to do all of our viewers a bit of a favor and go through the list. If you could stay on this lead competition here.
I'll switch over to it. So I'm on Mike Jackson right now, and autopilot is off, and I'm going to leave it on the TV cam.
Alrighty. So looking at second place here, we have Luke Whitehead, which for the first time 5 minutes ago, lost the lead of the race with only 40 minutes to go. Besnard in third place, currently in the pits. Something's going on with that team. I wonder if that's their last pit stop that you're trying to complete. Looks like most are good to the regs, down to the GT4s. A couple of people still remaining. Going into fourth place with Andres Masachero as he rolls into the pits. So that's been, another, if we're considering the team, what's it called? Driver of the day or team of the day, let's say. Those guys have been pretty phenomenal, except he does a bit of a tap into the pit as he enters.
Yeah.
Going down into fifth. So Willis is back into fifth place, but it looks like they're 3 laps down from the Masacheros. Petrovich in sixth place. Seventh is the 147 car of Narf, the Nesquik car. I think would win my vote for the best livery. And down to Marlowe, up to eighth, looking pretty good in the Audi. Really hoping to see Marlowe and Co. return for the Silverstone, because I think they have more pace than they're showing in their current position.
I mean, they qualied that thing on P2. That Audi is pretty strong for them as a car choice.
Yeah, hopping into the pits as well.
Audi is the Audi here is not necessarily like a dominant car, not like the Honda is, but still, I mean, they were just like, I think they ended up getting like 1.3 seconds, 1.2 seconds from the Honda. So yeah, I'm hoping to see them at Silverstone. I think the Audi will be a beast around there.
Yeah, and then we have our leader in the GT4 class, Jarek Snyder, along with Professor Kronotis in the T-Swizzle car, T-Swizzle Mercedes, looking pink as ever. 10th place, Pank.
I love it. Yeah.
Tanner Masters in the 82, late addition to the Provolone team. Appreciate those guys taking Tanner on. Radu, 63, 11th place. Robert Lewis, again, Beltan had a great performance in the previous race. Seems to be a bit more struggling in Bathurst here for some reason. It's really thrown a wrench in the operation for most of these guys. It's the grid doesn't seem like the way you would expect it, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, we've got some new faces, some new fast faces, which is I think fun to watch. But yeah, Beltan I think had a little bit of early drama on track. I mean, he ended up pitting all of his stops to the regs pretty much. Oh, he didn't eat his carrots. Beltan can't see in the dark. Okay, Chris is bringing the facts.
Hard facts.
But yeah, it's pretty crazy. We're on the rear wing. I'm keeping it on the rear wing of Jackson right now to kind of give the viewers at home a little bit of a view about the distance between him right now and Whitehead. It's not over, even with the damage that Whitehead's got right now. He's been keeping Jackson in touch. It could be that Jackson's also managing his pace. He's like, you know what? All I need to do is save a little bit of my tires until the very end, and then, put my foot through the floorboard at the very end. But
he might not even need to. There aren't that many places you could overtake over at Bathurst. You just have to make sure you have a decent gap at the straights.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I just feel like the NSX is going to have some form of damage that's going to limit it. I mean, they were already dealing with understeer, so I wonder if the damage from the accident at Skyline could compromise their straight line pace. And to be honest, that's the strength of the Honda around here. It's like it hits Mountain and Conrad straight, and it's just like a missile.
Then
we're watching right now. It's not closing. It's not really closing on the Lexus.
Just to finish the grid up here, we have Quid in 13th, Shane Rees in 14th in the 948 Porsche. Jordan Taylor, 535 Porsche in 15th, And MB, that's Burkhoff
Mm-hmm.
in the 747. Again, a little bit of an upside down grid here. Interesting. Well,
It's tricky.
let's head back up to the lead in the race. Mike Jackson from 949 Racing with partner Kostovich, Joseph Kostovich. 1.2 seconds between first and second place after 3 hours and 30 minutes of racing through the rain, through the dry, through the day, through the night. And all it took to lose the lead was one mistake.
Yeah, that said, it's a sprint race right now to the very end, so we've still got over 30 minutes left in this race. The race leaders are moving up to some traffic, and you're going to stay on that battle. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to hop over to my broadcast app. I want to figure out where is Mr. Chronotis and Mr. Jarek Snyder and peep in on them for a minute, because they've been running a pretty brilliant, possibly underestimated race in the GT4 AMG, the T-Swiss Enduro. They've got the 82 of Provolone behind them, but I think they're just clean out reach. Like they're running out of time in the D station.
It would take something huge for them not to win this race.
Yeah.
And, you know, I do want to add credit to them. They are our steward team as well. So they've been alternating responsibilities between driving and live stewarding. So as if driving 4 hours in the wet, dry, dark, and light isn't enough at Bathurst, they have also been assuming the added responsibility of stewarding to the race, as Whitehead is now within half a second of Jackson. Oh, trying to send it on the inside a little bit. Ooh, that was close. Let's go to Helicam here a bit. I mean, this is we couldn't have paid them to make a more exciting race.
Oh, for sure. Like this has been nuts to follow. And actually, I'm like looking right now, and to the 75-minute per stint regs, it looks like Snyder and Chronotis still have to pit one more time. Them and Radu. What is with these like waiting to the last minute pit guys pulling the dark horse routine? Like that is that's kind of crazy actually. Like I'm kind of curious. So I'm gonna bust out my calculator real quick. Sorry, my brain's a little tired and I can't just do the math in my head. Okay, so 45. If you did 3 hours and what is that, 45 minutes in the car, you could have a nice 15-minute run at the very end.
Yep. So they, if they absolutely maximize their stint times, oh boy, looks like Papakame is being blocked a little bit by Aaron Free.
I'm gonna go take a look at this.
It's really letting let Luke get really close, still within a half a second. It would have been ideal for Jackson to be through a little bit earlier, but such is racing a lapped car.
Yeah. So if we're looking at the track map right now, they've got a little ways up the road before they hit any kind of traffic. But man, where is this pace that Whitehead just found?
Like I think straight it was a up, traffic.
like Coasty was like catching him at a pretty solid rate. Like my unfortunately my timed averages, I can't go back to the replay because the replay hosed my data to be able to look at the the average lap times right now, but it seems like either Jackson is struggling to get around this traffic, or Whitehead, even in a broken car, somehow figured out how to make car go fast. So
I mean, I believe there's a bit of that, but also I think Papa Kame was stuck in a bit of traffic, and now that they're free in a bit of clean air, although they're coming up on 789, which is the lead car in the GT4 series. Please let them go through cleanly. The last thing you want to see is an accident between the two lead cars in both classes. Oh my gosh.
into Forest Elbow,
close.
man, and the margins are so slim.
Is he gonna get a bit of a draft off that Mercedes?
He might. Let's go. Got the rear wing cam. Oh, you've got the rear wing cam too. I'm gonna switch and get the front cam. There we go.
I think that's best because you actually have the. Oh
wow!
Yikes.
Luke Whitehead is not messing around. He is not messing around at all. He throws it up the inside of the GT4 leader. And, yeah. This right here is a make or break mean business moment. No more playing around.
So, Chris Pennycook giving us a little bit of background details here. It looks like they did have 20 seconds of damage, and Luke repaired, but then had the crash, so he doesn't know how much damage he has right now. But that's, I mean, as we were just saying, now that he's got a bit of clean air, Mike Jackson's pulling away just a little bit, and
Yeah.
I think I see the 217 headlight flashing a little bit from damage, so potentially.
Yeah, he did hit the wall on the left side pretty hard. And the other thing, too, is if he's got some left suspension problems, this is a counterclockwise track, so it is going to be very tricky. Oh, man, look at how close that Whitehead just got to the wall.
In the same spot as before, too. I mean,
man, this is
same
just
corner.
this is just going to kill me. I'm not going to make it, Eric. I'm going to die right here.
We
Going to have a coronary.
I mean, hey, we're just commentating. These guys must have super sweats going on right now.
Oh, man, dude. I could not imagine if you had somebody hooked up to a heart monitor right now, what it would look like.
We're going to add Mike Jackson as the 8th wonder of the world. We're going to call it Jackson Falls with the amount of sweat that's probably coming off of him right now.
Oh, dude. It's pretty crazy. Stop go for 747 for speeding in the pit lane. Big unfortunate for Mr. Burkhoff. But this is a race for them to forget. But you know what? That Aston Martin's going to be a lot of fun to drive around Silverstone. It's going to be a pretty good performing GT4 car. They got until December to get the setup kinks worked out of it. But 0.7 of a second between Whitehead and Jackson right now.
Yeah, switch over to the TV cam a little bit here. Ooh, that is close.
Yeah, it is pretty close.
All right, Papa Kame. All you gotta do is just take it easy. He's got damage. Just gotta relax. Just drive your race. Okay, take your corners. Turn off your rear view mirror. You got this. Okay, I have faith in you. I'm gonna go on Team Jackson here.
Your Team Jackson.
I'm gonna go on Team Jackson.
Team Jackson. So I'll play Team Whitehead because
right.
I'm just still. Here's the thing, man. I'm looking at the data right now, and I'm looking at last laps. Right, last lap from Mike Jackson, 2:03.0. Last lap from Luke, 2:02.8.
Oh my god. Oh,
It could not be closer between these two. I love Mike to death. I'm 949 till I die, but Luke is in a broken car doing everything possible to recover this race. Everything.
Nope. Papa Kame's got this. He's gonna do it. He's got the consistency.
He has 25 seconds of damage again. That is unfortunate, Blaine. I am sorry to hear that. But you encourage that guy because seriously, pulling in the lap times that he's doing with 25 seconds of damage, that is definitely commendable because he's keeping Mike in touch. 3/10 between them right now.
You know who wouldn't have had 25 seconds of damage? Blaine Hall.
Blaine Hall. Wow, salt in the wound. You're a monster. Like,
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
24 minutes left in this race. It's 11:31 on track, and we're at 3x time progression, so we still got a little over an hour of in-game time.
Yep, just about.
His headlights are going out when he hits the brakes.
That is the worst at my Panorama.
Oh my god.
It's like the only time
Dude,
you
I'm
needed
serious.
to.
He's gonna hit his brakes. The lights are gonna turn off. He's gonna hit the gas, and the Babadook's gonna be right in front of him, and he's gonna go into the wall. Like, dear God, that would scare me to death. But yeah, it's even with the damage, man, he's keeping that Lexus in touch.
I mean,
in the mountain section.
I mean, 20 seconds of damage is doing is making this competitive. Let's be real. They had a 1.5-second pace on top of everybody else. So I'm as a viewer, as for the show, I'm glad that that's happening right now because this is unbelievable racing.
Yeah.
Team Jackson, let's go. You got this.
Oh man, got the traffic coming up, going into Skyline.
It's all right. It's okay. It's easy overtake into the straight.
Yep. Looks like
out of the way.
Oh, Jackson is trying to find a way around into Forest Elbow now. And it's all about clear it as fast as you can. Oh no, he's in the draft. And he's close enough too. Even with the damage and the speed deficit, they're close.
Oh, and he takes the right side. Oh, no!
Just enough power deficit to keep Luke at bay.
Let's go, Papa Kame. Come on, you got this!
Into Murray's corner. Man, this was just like Laguna, man. The finish was stupid good. Like, this is just ridiculous.
21 minutes. He's got a bit of a draft from the Porsche. Come on, let's go. Got this.
He's just letting him know he's there. Look at how the Honda's closing. Look at how the Honda is closing. Now, where is this Porsche going to go? So, on the inside.
Hopefully
into
out of
Corey
the way.
now.
Oh, no! Oh,
they both touch.
Oh, no. Was that... Oh, go,
that was so Luke got tapped from the Porsche from behind, and then he went into Jackson, and Jackson's got to turn around. Luke's in front now. What an unfortunate set of circumstances. Oh no.
Oh.
That is so unfortunate.
I mean,
right before the braking zone, it looked like the Porsche is at the 353 of Taylor.
What are you guys
I don't
doing?
know if it was the draft. I think it was the draft or something. I don't know, but it pulled him into touching Luke, and then Luke, like at that point, Luke is now
he's
a guided missile. Like he can't do anything.
Yeah.
That said, Mike Jackson is now catching. I think Luke's got way more damage now than previously stated because he hit the wall.
Yeah.
Pretty hard. Meanwhile, Mike Jackson just got hit in the rear end and spun. Like I think he managed to keep it out of the wall.
This is not over. Hall, you need to give us some inside info. What's going on? How much damage are you guys at?
Or Mr. Blaine Hall? Yeah. He's probably just in shock right now. I don't know if he's going to come back.
Oh no, 51
seconds of damage. That's unfortunate, dude. Yeah,
Oh no.
I think he's got suspension damage. I think he's going to have to come in and park it. He's either going to have to park it or he's going to have to take repairs and try and stay out in front of Ollie G.
Yeah. I mean, they
That is.
probably have the gap to do that. I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Where is Ollie G at right now? I'm looking through the field right now. So Ollie G's still on the mountainside.
Oh.
Gutted for Blaine, gutted
Yeah.
for Luke.
Yeah.
That is not how you want the race to end.
Yeah. I mean, just to make things exciting, even though it's on Team Jackson, that's not how I wanted to see it end for sure. I'm sorry for you guys. That sucks.
Yeah, I just want to take. I'll leave the camera focused on them while you focus on the race, and then we'll see where Whitehead comes out in relation to Ollie, because I think he's got enough on Ollie to potentially get back out, but I'm not sure.
Well, considering Papakame is already away, I'm gonna hop onto Ollie G's car here. And again, this is what we were saying earlier. Came in, I think they were in 9th place or something like that, and up into 3rd now. I tell you, Ali Raza is a quick guy. Is very, very fast. I think they're still a lap down.
No, I think they're on the same lap.
Well,
right
now they've crossed the line. They're in the same lap, but he just crossed the finish line.
Okay.
So I believe,
So here goes Luke.
Yeah,
Trying to salvage what he can out of a bad set of circumstances. That's super unfortunate. I want to go take a look at the data and see if I can figure out what the contact was. So I just see the accident indicator for car 217, but I don't see the car that struck him from behind.
I think it was the 535 Porsche.
It might have been.
Yeah, it must have been. Let me look here. But, yeah, definitely the 535.
That's really unfortunate. I feel for you guys, seriously. Let's look back through the field. I want to check in on the GT4 crowd. Let's check in with the professor.
Yeah, so I think we're fully good on the regs for everyone in terms of pits.
Oh no, Professor just lost it into the wall. That was a slam. That was a massive slam into the wall.
I mean, it's not over until it's over.
I mean, that's what they say in real life, man. The last 10% of your journey is always the most dangerous. So that was a huge hit. I can see from the look of the car, they've got a little bit of Pac-Man hood going on. Yeah, that's rough. And where are they in relation to Masters? I believe they're possibly a lap up.
If I'm not mistaken, which is a huge number, but it looks like they're 10 laps up from 10th place and another 40 seconds to Masters.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So Masters, even with the damage, Masters may be out of reach to do anything about Chronotis.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much.
Where's Lewis at, though, in relation to Masters? That looks like that might be a little bit closer in touch than...
Almost a lap down. Minute 57.
Interesting. Yeah, so Masters is a lap down from J-Quid, who's a lap down from Chronotis. And Robert Lewis, I think, is on the same lap as Masters, but back by about like over a minute.
Well, in the most unfortunate of circumstances, but it looks like Blaine's back in the car.
Yeah, Blaine's back in the car to wrap the race up with 104 laps down. Mike Jackson's in the lead. Accident kind of deflated the wind out of our sails a little bit, but I mean, with the last 13 minutes, one thing we definitely should talk about is, you know, hats off to everybody who participated and stuck with it to the end. Like, that is no small feat, and the conditions were challenging would be an understatement.
Credit to everyone who drove. Phenomenal. Again, I mean, the only thing we were missing in terms of weather conditions was snow.
Yeah, indeed. That is crazy. But yeah.
But that's
Just looking. Go ahead.
I mean, like we were saying before, right? I mean, these guys had a 1.5-second pace advantage over everybody else on the track. It's just not enough. It doesn't win your races. Pace is not the only thing that wins your races. It's pace, it's consistency, its ability to overtake, its ability to assess smart situations. And we see a meatball flag for someone here. It looks like it's for Blaine still. He might be having a pit again, which may put LEG in striking distance. Because they have to pit if they have meatball, otherwise they get DQ'd, don't they?
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious if they actually have the meatball flag, because I can't from my data I can't necessarily tell. Oh,
They look fine, but for some reason in my spectator view, it's given the black and orange. I hope not. That would be just horrible.
I mean, another component of this that doesn't quite go into the factor sometimes is just luck. Just being lucky, being unlucky. I mean, I'm pretty sure when Mike Jackson got hit in the rear, like, he probably thought that's it. But little did he know that Luke took the brunt of that by getting hit in the rear and then going into the wall like that.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine the roller coaster of emotion between frustration and elation was insane. Because, you know, you think, oh, I just got destroyed and lost the lead of the race. What happened to the 217 guys? And to have had the fortune in his circumstance to have less damage than the person behind is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, hats off to the PPR guys in terms of, like, out and out pace, and in terms of laps led, pole position. Like, I mean, it's no consolation. They're going to want the win, but they still put on the best show from a talent perspective.
Absolutely.
And that's not to shortchange what the 949 boys are doing, but at the same time too, it's like 1.5 seconds in qualifying, building up almost a minute gap in the first part of the race. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, that's some monster pace. And Aaron Free and the 747 of, I believe that's Beachley, come together. I think the damage is minimal for both cars. Does he love that car, Jixer? I don't know if I believe you. Does he love that car? Like, I think he races it. I think he races it because he tolerates it. Like, that used to be Mike Jackson's main car, the Lexus, but I mean, you're not wrong, Jixer. I'm not a smart man. We all know that. So there's Tanner Masters currently sitting in second in the GT4 category in the D Station Aston Martin. I mean, they've got to be thinking they're on a bit of a roller coaster in terms of kind of like what was in store, because they went from, next to last in GT4 up into second in GT4, just keeping it consistent, keeping it smooth.
I mean,
Robert Lewis is in the pits again. I wonder if he took some damage. Or he might be needing a splash and dash there for the end, because his pit stop cycle was completely off.
Right, going back to the 949 and the 217 guys. While the accident was unfortunate, credit to the 949 guys for driving a more consistent race, right? Because if it hadn't been for the fact that Whitehall had that spin right before Skyline, could have still potentially had the race.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of consistency, like, they hit the wall fewer times. I don't think the 949 car has been into the wall once. I think the accident that we just saw about I want to say 7 or 8 minutes ago was, to my knowledge, from what I've seen, the only time the 949 car has either hit a car or an object. So they put together a really consistent race. And I don't know what was the difference between Coasty first stint and third stint. Like, just, I don't know, had an espresso had like a shot of nicotine. I don't know what, but I mean, he got in the car and just drove like an absolute monster in that third stint. But yeah, I mean, they definitely had consistency. Probably the most consistent car today. But yeah, I mean, nobody wants to win under these circumstances. Everybody wants to win in the most heroic of battles. But again, hats off to the 949 and the 217 crew. It was a hell of a race.
Yeah.
And it's not over. I mean, there's still 7 minutes. I mean, you could get 50 seconds worth of damage in the last 5 minutes of this race and completely throw it into the wall. But we'll see.
Yeah, and up to that point, I mean, minstrels would be writing songs about these two guys, the battles that they were facing. So it's still, I mean, I'm still looking to see if anything's going to pop up. I mean, we've seen the 24-hour of Le Mans change its story in the last lap.
Yeah.
So it ain't over until it's over.
So Ollie G in the Bro and Bro Porsche, probably trying to catch Blaine, but Blaine again is like super quick. Although the Bro and Bro Porsche just cut the corner at Skyline, might have just had a bit of brain fade. That's another thing we haven't talked about much. Like, we've seen a few drive-through penalties, but I wonder if track limits is a factor for a few people, especially with Skyline. Because it's one of those parts of the track where if you cut, it's really hard to slow down the car enough to not get the one of your 3 warnings thrown at you.
And safely at that, right? Because it's such a downhill portion of the track and extremely bumpy.
Yep. It does look like Ali G has got it under control. And just looking at the 357 Porsche right now, man, that is just such a pretty car. The 991 Mark II is just a beautiful car to look at. You're getting that nice black light glow on the inside of the car. And it's just a pretty car to look at. But,
I love the lights in the back. Tail lamps, really cool. And obviously the glowing exhaust. Just
glowing exhaust is mythical.
Exposed.
Like, it's pretty cool. So Tanner Masters again on my camera, just trying to keep it together and take that second place finish. Blaine Hall in the PPR Esports, a 2:02.3. Like, I mean, way Blaine Hall's driving, you'd think there was absolutely nothing wrong with that car, and it's never been in the wall once. Because he's putting in some quick times now. There's Matthew Marlowe. Another what could have been the 805. Another quick car. Pound for pound in terms of pace, they were faster than the 949 car as well. It's just bad luck, bad set of circumstances. Comes across the line, sets a 201.521. If anybody needed to figure out whether or not Marlowe was quick in the Audi, the answer is yes.
Fast lap of the race.
Yeah, that might be. Is that the fastest lap of the race?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Just smashed the time by like over a half second. Just ridiculous.
It's such a shame. Those guys would have been awesome to see in the mix with Papakame and Hall.
Yep. So down to the final 3.5 minutes, Eric, and it is after midnight in Mount Panorama. 17 degrees on track. Any thoughts?
Just appreciative of all the guys that are here to race. Appreciative that 949 being such great partners with us at TRACKILICIOUS. Again, you guys are awesome, not only in your competitive nature of the drivers that you guys host and come here with, but also in your extremely friendly nature to both the drivers and yourself. Appreciate you hopping on here with me. Love having you here and the wealth of knowledge that you bring to the stream and experience at that.
Appreciate that, man. It's a lot of fun to get to co-cast with you, and yeah, thanks for letting us be a part of this, and keep doing what you guys are doing in TRACKILICIOUS, because I just love watching it. So I'm hoping to see more of these guys in some of the other TRACKILICIOUS events, because I feel like the GT4, getting some of these guys in there from 949 and outside of 949, some of the new faces that we're seeing, like the 805 Audi boys, could be pretty exciting. So I'm looking forward to Silverstone. I'm looking forward to watching more what you guys got in store.
Yeah, and for those who are just watching, everyone's welcome to join our endurance series. We do have one more race after this one, which is the 8 hours of Silverstone, and we'll be continuing this format into next season. And for those that don't know, from 949, both 949 and I think you guys have maintained your schedule, but we've actually pushed our GT4 race start a little farther back to help accommodate those from 949 who want to join the GT4 series, the extremely competitive GT4 series. So if you're watching and you're interested, our season will start in January. We've yet to post a schedule, but it's going to be nuts. I mean, if it's anything like it is this season, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Down to the last minute. 4 hours of Bathurst is about to be over. It's been an awesome race, Eric. Thank you so much for putting this on, and be sure and thank the TRACKILICIOUS boys in the background that handled the setup, all the server stuff, managing the liveries, getting everything together in Race App. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, our pleasure. Our pleasure. As Papakame heads into the final lap, we'll stick with him here, seeing as in there nothing else really on the books that are really that close. So let's finish this race off with the race leader, Mike Jackson and Joseph Kosovich in the 949 Lexus.
I've got the camera pulled up on the Professor, so we can get the GT4 class winner in the shot as well, as this race is about to come to an end. I'm actually kind of curious where they are in track in relation to one another, so I'm going to look that up real fast. But yeah, it's been a wild one, man. Has it not? Been a wild race.
That last 20 minutes, I mean, ooh, from what 60 minutes remaining to 20 minutes remaining, that's unreal. And I think it would have continued to be exciting for at least another 5 or 10 minutes if it wasn't for that unfortunate event that occurred with the back marker Porsche. And it's got another follower. Pixel, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you joining us. Unfortunately, towards the end of the race, but we do have the next 8 hour of Silverstone coming up next month, and some crazy GT4, Porsche Cup, and GT3 streams coming in the coming weeks to close off our championships in the next couple of weeks.
So I believe we are under white flag conditions. So Papa Kame has got to be getting close to finishing this thing out. Just looking right now.
Into what I believe is the chase.
Yep.
Penultimate corner. And going to the final corner.
Mr. Murray Walker Corner. The legend.
There it is, folks.
That is a hard-fought battle. But congrats to the 949 boys, and congrats to the PPR Honda. I keep saying Audi, Blaine, because you drive an Audi all the time, and you got me confused. The 217 PPR, Luke Whitehead, Blaine Hall. Not the way the race wanted to end, but monster pace. Hope to see you guys back at Silverstone, because I think the Honda is going to be pretty good there as well. But yeah, big result for them.
Yeah, congratulations to the 949 guys. What a incredible performance. I mean, it's easy to get down knowing that you are a second and a half off the pace, but I mean, as we saw, it's not just about pace. There's so much more that goes into an endurance race. It's longevity, it's overtaking, it's concentration, it's being able to adjust to varying conditions. And the 949 guys just showed that they had it in them. They drove the conservative, the consistent, the winning race that they needed to.
And Professor Cronus in the T-Swiss Enduro taking the checkers in GT4 with got Masters and I believe that's Provolone in the 82 taking second. We've got Rocco in, Radu in the Camaro finishing. Beachley, I think we've got actually some more people that have probably already dropped. I can switch over to the timetable and we can get the results from there. So it would have been, actually I don't see the Aston Martin of Beltane anymore. Let me switch over to the timetable over here. See if I can see what happened in the race. Yeah, for some reason it's already started clipping people off the results. So I imagine that's people came across the line and already left the lobby, which is fine. But yeah, that was a pretty crazy race, wasn't it?
Oh, heck yes.
Thanks.
That was a pretty crazy race.
All right, just hop down to see if we could get some of our race winners to join us here.
So I'm going to go ahead and screenshot this result because I want to get that to talk about. Screenshot that one as well. Yeah. So Robert Lewis. So it ended up being Chronotis, Masters, Radu, Lewis, and Beachley GT4, and Miller, who unfortunately wasn't able to take the green flag. Sorry about that, Eric. Didn't mean to cut you off. Just wanted to, for some reason, the results messing up kind of like confused me.
No, that's all right. I just want to see if we could get some of our guys in here. Maybe we could get Kosovic and Mr. Jackson in here.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, we got T-Swizzle in here with us. Jarek Snyder from the T-Swizzle GT4, and race win for you guys. Mr. Snyder, how was that for you?
Oh, it was actually pretty easy. We got incredibly lucky with our first pit. Coming in right when the rain ended. Gave Chrono the car with dry tires. He just had a bad lap or two, and then we were golden.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
I know. Sorry, I know this is a favorite for Chrono, and he loves Mount Panorama. Yeah. How is it for you? How does this lie in the group of tracks that you like or don't like?
This is also one of my absolute favorite tracks. I've not driven it as much in the GT4, but I got a little bit of practice in this week. Got some good lap times.
Oh, excellent.
Like Chrono and I had some pretty comparable pace most of the time.
Yeah, you got to be happy with that result in the AMG. How's that car feel for you guys in GT4? Are we going to see you guys again in the AMG for Silverstone?
Whoa, I haven't thought that far ahead yet, but it feels really good here anyway.
It felt really good here. We were messing with the setup this past week, and we were trying to fix the understeer, and we kept fixing the understeer, waiting for the oversteer to kick in, and it never did. So this car with damage in the wet, with a pretty aggressive setup, is still incredibly controllable.
Yeah, we were running the same dry setup, even though it was wet. It's with wet tires.
Well, congratulations, you guys. That was a pretty incredible drive. I couldn't ask for more, clearly, coming in first place, so good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job, guys.
All right, let's get Mike Jackson in here. Mr. Jackson, congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That was the most nerve-wracking 20 minutes I've probably ever seen in any race.
You should have been in the car feeling it.
Yeah, I was about to say, what was that like when you guys came together? And Corey, you had to be like...
It was a complete surprise. All of a sudden, it was like, boom, and I'm pointing backwards, and it's like, what the heck just happened?
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if you've had a chance to go back and look at it yet, but
I have not.
But yeah. It was definitely crazy to watch, because I was just like, what just happened? Cars are going everywhere. Usually you see that sort of thing at the start of the race, but not at the end of the race. But how the Lexus? How did the Lexus feel around Bathurst? It seemed like you guys had a pretty solid setup for that car.
We had a good setup. We did have a good setup. It at the top of the mountain, it still felt kind of wishy-washy, but typical for a front-engine car.
Yeah.
But it was stable. It was stable. It was comfortable. We didn't have any damage until that one incident happened. We were just basically the turtle in the race this time, and we happened to come out on top. Yeah, I mean, Blaine and Whitehead, they deserve to win this one, but yeah, it was a good race.
Yeah, big congrats to you and Coasty. Yeah, definitely good pace, guys.
Yeah, congratulations, and clearly the turtle won the race this time, and hopefully we see you guys come out again for Silverstone, because your guys' consistency was unreal. So very, very cool to see. We talked about it a lot, and you guys just came out and showed that it's not just about pace, that there's a lot more to it when it comes to endurance racing.
Yeah, we were very, very consistent and kept the car safe. That was the big deal. So.
Yeah. It paid off in the end. Congratulations.
For sure. Thank you very much.
Take care. Mr. Willis, what happened?
Bathurst. Bathurst happened. No, it was set to be an interesting race. Me and Aaron really weren't feeling confident in practice. We were just trying to decide on a setup, and so we just decided to go CDA because the rain. That was the bad call. It was just way too stiff. Just straight CDA with minor tweaks was just not the setup for the wet. So I had a few incidents on the first stint of myself. Wasn't feeling too good. Gave the car to Aaron, and Aaron also struggled a bit. But I don't know. Once we got dry and got in the groove, I feel like we did a pretty good comeback. Qualified P8, pulled up to P5. Wasn't too bad.
Yeah, definitely was hoping to see you guys move up and hopefully hoping to move up a little bit more, but the guys up top were super competitive. Yeah, a bit of a shame to fall from first to fifth, you know, from the last race. So hoping to see you guys come back out in Silverstone and put out a solid race again.
Yeah, we're excited to come back for Silverstone. I'm going to put a lot of practice in for that one. Much longer race, double the length. So probably need to put double the practice in.
Silverstone, where it's double points, where the points don't matter, right?
Yes, there you go. That.
All right. Well, I believe that's pretty much everything here. Congratulations to all of the drivers who finished, everyone who partook. Congratulations to 949 for joining us and for such a successful race. A great grid out there. Thank you, Philip Milwee, for joining. Always appreciate your support here and appreciate the support of the 949 guys in this fantastic partnership of endurance series that we have, and looking forward to bigger and better things.
Absolutely. This was a banger of a show, and you guys should break your arms patting yourselves on the back. It was a really good show and a really fantastic race. I'm pretty sure everybody at home was entertained. This is some good stuff. And to highlight the guys that decided to step in the ring for 4 hours and slog it out around Bathurst in mixed conditions, like, hats off to them. It's understated to say that this was a difficult race. But yeah, hats off to them for a good show. Hats off to you guys for putting on a good show. And yeah, I'm looking forward to Silverstone.
And want to tell the people who are on here what you guys got coming up next?
So the big thing that's next for us is Thursday. We've got the 949 GT Sprint Series at Laguna opening up the season. We've got that race, and then we've immediately go into a break for Thanksgiving. And then we'll be back with more GT Sprint Series action, 7 p.m. on our channel. And yeah, looking forward to that.
Awesome. Definitely hop onto the 949 Discord channel, 949 website. What's the website link again?
It's just 949.racing.
Awesome.
So just check that out if you're interested in signing up. We're still taking signups for the GT Sprint Series. We're running 2 splits. So if you're interested, just be sure and check out the site.
And check out the 949 Sim Racing channel, the Twitch channel. Got some awesome racing going on. And yours truly, Mr. Phil Milwee, commentating on the 1s and 2s. Yeah, and just had a couple more followers here. Jack Chiaglia, thanks for the follow, and so Ace, appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. But yeah, appreciate your support, and as for us here at I was gonna say 949, but Trackilicious, we do have our GT4 series continuing on Thursdays, the Porsche Cup on Saturdays, and the GT3 series on Sundays. So those will be coming up in the following weeks, and the new season starting in January. Very excited on all fronts, and maybe an iRacing series or 2. We'll see. We'll see how that all works out. Thanks to all the drivers, thanks to 949, and thanks to everyone in the background, all of our stewards, Chrono and Josh, who are here. Josh, thanks for setting up all of the server stuff. So a lot of work that goes into it, and a fantastic event that comes out of it. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for all the viewers, and catch you on the next one.
Thank you, Eric.
Good night, everybody.